I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield Regular Township Board Meeting for Tuesday, May 24th, 2022 at 7 p.m. to order. Call to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, we may.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trustee DeMuynck. Clerk Barry, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott. Here. Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph.
Here.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Here.
Trustee Vosberg. Here. Clerk Barry is here.
Item 4, approval of the agenda. Clerk Barry.
4A, approval of the agenda with addendums if necessary.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Clerk Barry? Supported by Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Barry, would you call the roll?
Clerk Barry, aye. Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 5, presentations. There's a presentation to sell a Komatsu Motor Grader. Director Sonnenberg, if you would, please.
Sorry. Good evening. As part of our ongoing fleet and equipment analysis, we are recommending to sell our 2000 Komatsu Road Grader at auction. I'm told by the staff the road grader was originally purchased and used to help the county with snow and maintain our dirt roads. We looked at usage of this piece of equipment over the last 9 years, 198 total hours of use is an average of just 22 hours per year that this piece of equipment has been used. We looked at 3 vendors to provide trade-in values, and an inspection was done. The overall condition of the inspection report was good. The trade-in the trade-in appraisals range from $15,000 to $25,000, and our auction estimates came in at $24,000 to $39,000. This information was sent to the board for their review. Based on the limited use and the age of the equipment, we would like to sell this grader at auction. I would be happy to answer or take any questions and provide any more details. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And in this presentation, we're handling this as we've done in the past with the fire apparatus that we've moved also. And just a side note, this is going to public auction. It will be posted on our public auction site that we've recently acquired a vendor for. Any questions? Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah. At the open house Saturday was discussion about this piece of equipment. Why is it no longer needed?
So if you look at the historic data with this, from 2000 to 2013, we logged 754 hours on this piece of equipment, about 60 hours a year. So at that time, my understanding, it was used more to help the county plow snow when needed, and also there was more dirt roads at the time. So it was used on a more regular basis. But over the last 9 years, like I said, it's only used 22 hours a year. So with the age of equipment, almost 22 years old, at this point, it's still in good condition. We're recommending to move it to sell. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Joe Katich. I live on Sutton. I looked at the equipment, and I wondered, same thing Trustee Anderson did. I used to see that equipment out. Basically, they used to do Hickory, which was a road between Sutton and Sugar Bush. They used to do a road, I guess by North Point Marina that goes down there, and then along the river to Sunup Marina. They also did Kilowald. Kilowald being a private road, they paid them to do that. With now you've got the Nature Center at the end of Hooker, which is a gravel road. I don't know who's going to take care of that or how you're going to take care of it. It's usually a mess. And if you expect to get people down there visiting the Nature Center, you're going to have to do something with that road. Looking at that, would it be better just to keep that and use it for those little things, for the little bit of money you're going to get? Because if you put it on bid, put it out for bid, people are going to buy it for whatever it costs or whatever they think it's worth, and then they're going to subtract what it's going to cost to transport it to whatever state or whatever county or wherever it was. You're better off keeping that thing, looking for some use for it, and utilize it. Because down the road, if you decide you're going to utilize it, you're going to pay a hell of a lot of money to replicate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. No further questions. Item 6, department reports. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Spica.
John Spica, 53978 Conner Drive. In response to what Mr. Katich said, I agree. I think we should keep the equipment, just based on the simple fact that there's a lot of dirt roads in Chesterfield, and the equipment's bought and paid for. So there's going to come some point during the summertime where we're going to need to utilize it and use the equipment. For example, I know Trustee Vosberg lives down a dirt road, so I think we should keep the equipment, and when we need it, we'll have it, and we can utilize it for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We don't plow county roads, they do. Thank you, Director Sonnenberg. Item 6, department reports. Clerk Berry, or I'm sorry, department reports. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Today, I was able to go to Selfridge and meet with General Mammon and some of their other staff, and we talked about a number of things, but one of the things that I would like to report on was the PFAS filtration system that they have developed there. And I'm reading this. I had to write it down afterwards so I make sure I could remember all of it. What they have done is set up 2 stations where there's natural runoff of water to a basin in 2 different locations. We just looked at one of them. And it's where the runoff contains higher levels of PFAS. They've determined that because it's where the water would run off from the station, from the area where they do their training with the foam that has the PFAS in it. And since they have installed those 2 systems, they have been able to, they have some data they've been able to capture all the PFAS that runs through those filters. And they've been able to significantly reduce the amount of PFAS that goes into, eventually it is delivered to the river, the Clinton River. It goes into a pump station past what you see there, and it's near North River Road, and the bridge that goes over the river is where it gets pumped, where the final pumping into the river goes. So they've had great success. So sometimes one of the things we talked about is sometimes we hear reports about high levels of PFAS from Selfridge, but they have been able to significantly reduce the amount of PFAS going into the river. So I wanted to report on that.
Mr. Supervisor, just
Thank you, Trustee Vosberg.
I just was hoping, Trustee Vosberg, I wasn't able to make the tour today. I sent an email to the board and supervisor's office about 11 o'clock. I got overwhelmed this morning at the office and just couldn't make the tour. I called Trustee Anderson. I thought he was going, and I was looking for somebody to ask, and maybe I could ask you. Did the tour include any of the proposed construction sites? And specifically, were any of the construction sites
part of the identified PFAS areas. Did you happen to see that on your tour, or was there any discussion about the PFAS in the construction area? And then two, I noticed there were some materials for the slide. Did you receive anything, and could you maybe share that, like email-wise? Because there are a number of PFAS filtration systems, and I'm curious to know what that system is, and I'm wondering if you got any literature on that.
Any information that we heard today was just verbal presentation. However,
Okay.
there was backup sent to Karen Garvey, the supervisor's assistant, so we can get that information from
Great.
her. And I'm not in any position to answer any technical questions about
No, I just was
construction or
curious.
anything
I
else.
didn't know, from the layout of the tour, it looked like there was some, some areas that the tour was going to go to. Did any of those involve the proposed construction sites associated with the new construction on the base? Did you see anything like that, or?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't recall any. Not that I heard, but
Okay.
sometimes we were
Yeah.
divided and talking
Sure.
to different people.
There's two strategic filtration systems,
Yeah.
and those are at either side. And I believe that what they were saying was that the underground pipes, they had showed us the layout of the underground pipes and where they go, and they strategically place these. I would suggest that possibly you contact them and see if you can get that map, and that might be able to answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is the Treasurer's Department is managing over $16 million in investments, and this report is a brief overview of our portfolio. Next slide, please, Karen. Over $11 million is invested in CDs and bonds, and over $5 million is invested in the money market and savings accounts. Next slide. This slide is a breakdown of the various banks our investments are held at. The largest banking relationships are at Huntington and Comerica. Next slide. The investments are allocated to the 5 major funds, with public safety having the largest share, with the general fund and sewer and water funds having a similar proportion of investments. And final slide. The township's principal investment objectives in order of priority are safety, liquidity, diversification, and return on investment. I have submitted our recently approved township investment and depository designation policy to be critiqued and possibly certified by the Association of Public Treasurers of the United States and Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Anderson, please.
I don't want to get out of order here. Just a quick thing with the Historical Society. On Saturday, June 4th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Sunday, June 5th, between 10 and 3 p.m. Come see the St. Clair Voyeurs, 1750-era French fur trade reenactors, and History Alive, a timeline of historical reenactors, historians in period clothing, encampments and displays that will tell the story of Macomb County's history from the early days of the fur trade through the War on Global Terror. A donation of $1 per person or $2 per family is suggested. Food and drinks will be available for purchase. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, just a quick library update. At last week's library board meeting, we got to see the Rotary Club in action. Trustee Vosberg was there with a number of other Rotary Club members, and they made a very nice presentation to the summer reading program at the library. And it was nice to get the update as to what those materials, what the donation will be used, which is to help purchase books for a summer reading program conducted through the library. So I think the library reached out and explained a need. The Rotary Club came through with a very nice donation that was made at the board meeting. There was also some discussion about the library expanding their hours, so they will open a half hour earlier, beginning at 9:30, as a way of trying to expand library services and hours during the summer months. For sure, hopefully they'll be used more. And then lastly, there was some discussion during the deliberations having to do with cannabis, in particular the proximity to one of the proposed sites being close to the library. And the director of Chesterfield Library, Ms. Mattson, had asked the board to approve correspondence that she intended to formally send to the board, outlining some very strong dissatisfaction with not being consulted regarding the property. And it is in a lot of ways a non-issue given our board's vote last board meeting. But I just wanted to point out it's hard. As the liaison, I tend to bring things back, and I think they were looking for official communication from anything that they believe may impact the library from the board. So I indicated I would share that and try to do a better job of communicating any issues that might, have an interest in the library. So they opted to vote against sending the letter. I think personally the letter was a little strongly worded, and I think a few board members felt the same. And the interest was really in just fixing whatever communication they feel is not adequate. So I'll do better there, but wanted to make the board aware of what's happening at the library. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just would like to make the board and the public aware that absentee ballot applications have been mailed for those who are on our permanent absentee voter list. At this time, we have close to 14,000 of our 37,000, approximately almost 38,000 registered voters who have asked to be placed on the list for the permanent absentees. And what that means is that every election cycle, they are automatically mailed an absentee ballot application, but it is because they have asked to be on that list. We do not send out unsolicited absentee ballot applications from the clerk's office. If you would like an absentee ballot application, that request needs to be made from the clerk's office. Ballots we anticipate will be mailed right around June the 19th. Ballots have to be available in our office at that time. We were one of the first communities to actually get our absentee ballot applications mailed, and we've had actually several communities who have contacted us asking how we've done it. I'd like to thank the board because that is in part due to the support from this board in the budget amendment that I brought forward a couple meetings ago. We were able to provide an exceptional service to our residents, and that our residents were some of the first to receive their absentee ballot applications. So we have facilitated that, and we've already begun to receive those back as well. In addition to that, the clerk's office will be interviewing and hiring temporary election workers this week and next. We expect that they will begin at some point after Memorial Day. We are looking for additional applicants, however. We have 4 positions open. That's 30 hours a week in our office at $15 an hour. Those are non-union positions, and they are assisting with processing absentee ballot applications and ballots. If anyone knows anyone who would be interested in a part-time summer opportunity in the clerk's office, we do have some slots available and are looking for applicants, as well as those who may be interested in working simply on Election Day as election inspectors. That is a paid training as well, and they are paid for that day. So we are looking for people to work the elections, and anyone who knows, this is a great opportunity for students coming home over summer break from college. It's a great opportunity for stay-at-home moms who are looking for something part-time, or even some of our seniors who are looking for something part-time to do, who are interested in being a part of the election process and ensuring fair and free elections. Please contact the clerk's office in that event. The application for the positions is also available online through our website, and it is filled out there, submitted, and they will be contacted by our Human Resource Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Any further department reports? Seeing none, item 7, the consent agenda. Clerk Berry.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. 7A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of May 10th, 2022. 7B, approval of the payment of bills as submitted by the Finance Department. Item 7C, approve a request to purchase and replace modular batteries in public safety uninterruptible power supply system from Power Techniques for $6,525.25.
Motion to approve the consent
Have a
agenda.
motion to approve by trustee DeMuynck, supported by trustee Vosberg. Any comments from the public? I'm sorry, I apologize, trustee Anderson.
Yes, I wonder if the motion makers would remove on page 19, actually page 26 of our packet, under the clerk's office, item 101215900.000, publishing, printing and publication, the J.C. Media, the clerk's Facebook page maintenance, an amount of $400. If they'd set that aside for separate discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll amend my motion.
I have a motion by trustee DeMuynck, supported by trustee Vosberg.
Board member could request to have it removed, which is fine.
Okay. We're
Was,
remove-
just for clarity, is the request to remove the bill run and consider separately? Is that your
That's
understanding?
my assumption.
Yeah. Is that the, yeah.
I have a motion by trustee DeMuynck, supported by trustee Vosberg still, to remove the bill run as stated, and we will consider that separately. Comments from the public? Clerk Berry, please, I'll call you first.
Trustee, we have a comment from the public.
Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Under the bill run, notice there, I've got a couple questions regarding one. It's not specific in detail. It says travel expense reimbursement, so I was wondering if maybe trustee Vosberg could expand on that in the amount of $257.35. You're the only trustee that I noticed that was on the bill run, so I was just wondering what that's for. Trustee Anderson addressed what I was going to talk about, the $400 with JC Media again and again and again, which is equivalent to $12.90 a day for the residents. So we're using taxpayers' money again to fund, to supplement the clerk's webpage with very little followers and very little content that really reaches the residents of Chesterfield. The other concern I had on the bill run is with Ultima Lawn. There was the $10 charge wasn't the issue. There was one for $2,060, another one for $700, another one for $50, another one for $24.50 at Brandenburg, and there was another one for $445. And a $3,900 charge for the leisure center here. So, and this was off for the weed and feed. So that's like over $10,000. So I just want to make sure that when these bills come through, that somebody's taking a second look at it, because that's a lot in just weed and feed for the township. So, like I would like to tighten the belt up on this and try to get our bills in order. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, bring it back to the board. Any comments from the board on the consent agenda? Trustee, Treasurer Elliott.
In this bill run, there's actually quite a few expenses in various departments for training, and this is a big season for various training, whether it's the Michigan Municipal Treasurers Association, the Michigan Township Association, which was, trustee Vosberg was the only board member who attended that. And also there is, you'll see in public safety, there was some training, and also in the building department. So I believe that addresses the question that was asked. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments from the board. I have a motion by trustee DeMuynck, supported by trustee Vosberg, to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 7B, which will be considered separately under the regular agenda. Clerk Berry.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
The regular agenda, item 8, first item to be considered is the bill run, item 7B. Clerk Berry.
Item 7B is the approval of payment of bills as submitted by the Finance Department.
Thank you. Comments from the board? No comments from the board. Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. In regards to that $400 charge that we're talking about for the bill run, on the webpage, if you go to the webpage, she's got 276 followers on that webpage. She starts off the week with the quote of the day that she doesn't even follow herself. So there's very few likes, very few shares, in my opinion. It's, as a taxpayer, as a resident, and as a homeowner in this township, we're not getting any investment and no return on our investment for the $12.90 that we're paying for her page. So again, we have a technology department in the township that's very capable of handling the webpage for Chesterfield. So nobody can tell me, and I don't believe for a second, that our technology department can handle our webpage, but can't handle her webpage. That's just a bunch of malarkey. I don't buy into it, and we need to eliminate that charge permanently. So it's about $4,800 a year to the residents, and right now, every penny, every dollar counts. So I'm vehemently against continuing and paying for this $400 charge for the clerk's department when we can do it in-house. We've got the capability of doing it. It's a waste of money, and we got to stop wasting money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Seeing no further comments from the public, I'll bring it back to the board. Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. This figure comes up regularly, every bill run, $400, $4,800 a year. Several members of this board also have Facebook pages. I have yet to see any bills submitted to manage those by outside people. The most recent message was on this site was, I think it was, happened to see it today, was wishing you a Memorial Day. I think we can figure that out by looking at calendars, and there'll be no one here Monday. I don't know why it needs to cost $400 a month to put messages such as that. I just believe it's superfluous, just my opinion. The money could be spent elsewhere. No other board member here has such a program, and I just really question the value of it. I know I've heard speeches in the past of all of the messages that go out there, but if you start following them, they're very topical and that kind of money. One of the members of the public said we do have a IT program here. We have township sites. Send the messages on that instead of with your name, your title, and whatever message you want, and then billing the township for that amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph.
Just not to belabor the point, this is something we talked about, I don't know, months ago. There was some talk potentially of having, somebody designated to do social media posts. But I would tend to agree with the amount of content that is shared on this particular page. It's really from a cost-benefit analysis. I realize it's $400. It comes up every time the issue's on the bill run, but the amount of return on investment on this particular page is really bizarre to me, because I know Trustee Berry to be pretty savvy when it comes to social media. I can't imagine she would pay $400 to anybody individually on her own, out of her own campaign account, because the ROI is just not even close to there. And the amount of work that seems to be done on that is pretty high. $400 a month for the amount of content on this page is really it's getting a little bit ridiculous now. So I think rather than repeat this same thing every month, I'll just vote no on the entire bill run and tell others, you know, join in and say, yeah, I'm not going to support this nonsense anymore either. But it's going to continue, and it has continued. There's been no revision of this. It just kind of slides on the bill run every month, and it's a waste. It really is a waste. So, thank you.
Clerk Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just a couple points of clarification. First and foremost, this is a page that has existed, that we have had for almost 4 years now. It's nothing new. What did change a couple of years ago is the acknowledgement of, and our understanding that social media needed to be better managed than it was in this township. We do not have the resources to do that here. We do not have people who have the expertise to do it. We don't have people who are available at all of the times we are going to need them available to do it. And when they do it, it costs more. So there are very specific rules that need to be followed for municipal governments that participate in social media. We do not have a media department here. Our IT department is for software and hardware and system networking. They don't do our social media. The maintenance of our website is done by, I believe, the supervisor's office in conjunction with another individual who manages a couple of other pages. Other than that, the departments manage them internally. However, I will submit to you that they can probably do better at managing them. One of the things that has to occur is every time something's published on a page, that has to be maintained and it has to be tracked for records purposes. I don't know if other departments do that and how they manage their pages, but I know that we do that with ours. As far as the amount of content, there's been a bit of a lull in activity in the township. We try to keep it current. We try to keep residents engaged. And by the way, we do have the third largest municipal reach in the area, in Macomb County. So as far as those specifics, I'd be happy to provide those at a future board meeting. But the purpose of the page itself, and it is not my page, it is the clerk's department page. And the purpose of it, as I have explained to the board in the past, is that what we were seeing is we were seeing a lot of misinformation on social media. As social media was ascending, we saw a lot of misinformation, particularly in the area of elections. And it was necessary for us to create a forum for us to respond. We couldn't respond to all the areas, so all of the appropriate information was put out through that medium. And we have been able to actually provide a lot of correct information and correct a lot of things well before they go viral, and then we're having to try to manage that situation later. So what you'll see as far as content goes is you'll see a considerable amount of content now coming up with the elections, ramping up here for this year. So you'll see a lot more content. But as far as our reach, we have a considerable reach. It's not that just the amount of followers, it's who those followers are. When large organizations follow you, they may be one follower, but they may represent hundreds of people. So we have certain community groups that follow us and so forth that reach hundreds, if not thousands, of our residents. So we do have our reach numbers, which are very different than follower numbers. But we're not so interested in having people follow us and becoming a fan or having fans follow us. Our goal in having a municipal social media presence is to provide accurate information, particularly in that medium, and to promote citizen engagement with us, to give the citizens the opportunity to reach out to us on social media. That has become an expectation of the public and of our residents, and we have provided that. So it isn't to become popular. It isn't to, for some of the reasons some people use social media individually or even as corporations to sell something. That is not the purpose of that page. The purpose of that page is to provide a forum for residents to contact us through that medium, as well as for us to contact them and to disseminate proper information. If we get rid of that page, we will not have the ability to do that. And again, we have found it to be a very useful tool for us to engage with our residents. and provide it for them. So that is why we do it, and the reason we pay an outside source or a vendor in order to do that, to create content, to create graphics, and to manage and monitor all of the posts that both we send out as well as the ones that come in, is because it is, in fact, more cost-effective for us to use a vendor. In fact, I've had conversations even with the supervisor's office in the past of perhaps utilizing an outside vendor to do, serve that purpose for other pages that we have here in the township. I am fairly certain that we have a couple of pages that aren't following proper protocols or records retention policies, but we will work with them. Our vendor does. So that is why we utilize a vendor, that is why we have the page, and that is the purpose of that page. So whereas the general public tends to use social media for fun and for, companies use it to sell things, we don't. Our purpose is very specific and is entirely civically oriented, and it is not a personal page. It is even not a page of an elected official. It is a page of the clerk's department. And that is the purpose that we use it for. And we feel that the $400 a month, it is within our budget, and we feel it's very well justified, and be happy to provide some actual statistical data to the board at a future board meeting.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Personally, I have already spoken about this several times, and I believe that social media policy that will addresses the fact that any township page should be managed by a township employee and connected to a township email that encompasses any records retention would be an appropriate step in this manner. In the meantime, we have an agenda item on the floor, and procedurally, in the past, we have voted to not pay for, say, a refrigerator, yet we approved the rest of the bill run. Trustee Joseph spoke about voting no on the entire bill run, and with all good conscience, there's a lot of bills that need to be paid. So is that something that, can you vote to remove one item, and is that, rather than vote no on the entire bill run?
Well, I suppose that we could. The issue that I think we're going to have is that the invoice that was submitted was for services already rendered, so the services have already been provided. So I don't, if the board would like to have a future agenda item or an addendum that would claim that we no longer want to utilize this vendor in the future, then we can give notice. But we do have a 30-day that we can give notice, but services have already been provided for, I believe, for the bill that was submitted.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, round two real quick. Mr. Joseph made a statement. Our clerk is a very knowledgeable person. And I say that respectfully. And managing this Facebook page, a knowledge she explained is needed to do it, you probably could do it during your workday while you're here and save the township some money here. It sounds a little bit like a truth and knowledge commission that we're setting up here, getting the word out the way you explain it. And it's something that's serious. We have this JC Media doing this page. Has this been vetted by the township? Has anyone within township government looked at whoever JC Media is in order to handle it? And finally, as Mr. Joseph said, I'm not going to vote for, I can't support the entire budget because of this item. Thank you.
Just a point of clarity, I did meet, when I first became supervisor, I did meet with this individual. He did come in, and what I gauged him for was to see if he could manage the entire township's page at the time. So I did have that conversation with him. It didn't fit what I was looking for, but I have met with him, and he is real, and he does provide a service to her. Clerk Berry.
And I believe Treasurer Elliott also brought forth another vendor to consider this very same thing. So it's not that this function was ever in question, at least among the three of us full-time board members, because we had discussions about it and brought in various vendors and talked about various ways to address the issue. So this just happened to be a vendor that I was comfortable with, that I knew could do what was required and necessary. And I believe, that Treasurer Elliott also brought forth an equally qualified and capable vendor as well. But as Supervisor mentioned, you know, he was looking to go in a different direction or achieve some other objectives.
I'll just, for point of conversation, this, we do have a staff in-house that is growing, that is expanding, and that is capable. Clerk Barry, if this suits you, and we can roll it into our existing operation, obviously with our expanding IT and media, that may be a conversation that we can have that would resolve this conflict once and for all, at a point where you feel comfortable doing it, I guess, for lack of better terms.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Trustee Joseph.
That's okay. Whatever you want to do, but the comments that are made about the return on investment and then the response, all due respect, it's just a lot of lies or ignorance, because it's very simple for the public to see. Any one of you that manage a Facebook page, you can look at your post, the public can look at your post, you see how many likes. You say, well, we're not trying to sell anything, we're not trying to get likes and be fans, but what we do is we provide content that is then shared by other organizations with outreach in the thousands. So it's not really the followers. If you want to know it's true or not, you look at the post and then you look at how many shares. You haven't had a share on a single post in a month. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Trustee Joseph, we've had discussions about it, and I'd be happy to go into the details of it with you. I don't want to take
Let me
time
just
from
finish
you.
my comments,
Sure.
and then you can respond.
Absolutely.
Going back to the clerk's office of the observance of Good Friday, 1 like, 0 shares. Happy Easter, great, lovely. It's not informing the residents of township business. Motivational quotes on how to stay tough when things are up against it. There's notice of the agenda, not 1 single like and not 1 single share according to your page. I guess if I were studying to go on Jeopardy, Political Fact Tuesday, something about the Estonians 2015. No likes. World Environment Day, no likes, no shares. It goes on like this. It's redundant, it's ridiculous, and I was okay to just simply say, can we just stop doing this? But then we all get this very condescending tone, like I'm not trying to be collect fans, and it's just irritating. Even wearing a pink shirt today, Trustee DeMuynck, my blood pressure goes up when the response is like that. It's $400 for 276 followers, and if you really wanted to communicate with those followers, you could send them a letter twice a month, and you could put several sheets in the letter of all the things to all the organizations and say, please share this with your thousands of followers. I don't manage my Facebook page very well. I have a township trustee page. I have about 1,000 followers. I posted something on last week, and it had about 15,000 likes. Now, if I were paying per like and per share at the rate the clerk is paying with your money, taxpayer money, that would have been about a $20,000 post. It's silly, and I agree with Treasurer Elliott. If we can't, we don't want to short a vendor that's already provided services and enlightened us all on 2015 political humor trivia. We got to pay that individual. And I would like to see, and I'll bring it, Trustee Anderson, bring it, a motion to end this contract, whatever it is, and no longer authorize this payment from the board. So I will bring that, or Trustee Anderson will bring that at the very next board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Any further comments? I would like to make a motion right now that we approve the bill run as stated with the understanding that July 1, this service is suspended, and we roll it into our existing platform managers in-house, if that is suitable.
But
Understood. Okay.
point of clarification.
Okay, so after speaking with council, this should be a separate agenda item on the next agenda. So with that being said, I'll withdraw my motion. I make a motion that we pay the bill run as stated, and we'll address this at the next agenda item separately.
Just point of clarification,
Yes.
I thought that was the when, I just checked with trustee DeMuynck, when we made the motion to approve the consent agenda, it was to include the payment of the bills except for this one item, which is being treated separately. So,
Yes.
so to me, the bill run has already been,
It
you,
was,
Because that's what I thought Dave
No, it
and
was-
Hank wanted. They wanted that item pulled off. That was-
we
Oh.
pulled the entire bill run.
pulled, okay, all right.
So it's all, it was considered as of one. And so what we'll do is there will be an agenda item for this one specific item at the next agenda, and we'll consider it separately. So that being said, is there a motion to approve the bill run as read by Clerk Berry?
So moved.
Motion by Clerk Berry,
Support.
supported by Trustee Vosberg. Clerk Berry, please call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8A, Clerk Berry.
Item 8A is postponed from the April 20th, 2022 Regular Township Board Meeting, a recommendation to approve a lease between Chesterfield Township and Acre Bay School District for an agreement to lease 27,194 square feet of Sugar Bush Elementary School building located at 48400 Sugar Bush Road, which would be utilized for the township's first Parks and Recreation Center.
Do I have a motion to approve item 8A?
Motion to approve as stated.
Support.
Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. There were several questions that were presented at the last the last meeting where this was discussed. We created a 60-plus page document that was a supplement to that, and what I will entertain tonight is Amanda Bowers, our Parks and Rec Coordinator, is here, and just some brief statements of some planning and services that we'll plan on enhancing within this building. Ms. Bowers, please.
I would like to thank the Township Board for inviting me to speak tonight, and the members of the Parks and Recreation Commission who are here with us. There are 3 members of that commission. I am Amanda, and I represent the Leisure Services Department. Leisure Services is super excited for the potential opportunity to expand programming by acquiring regular use of the Sugar Bush building. I have been asked to talk about how this journey meets the plan for future programming. Board members previously received a detailed outline for the expansion of programs. Leisure Services is hopeful that the board will see the value in expanding services in modernized spaces with new amenities. For more than 40 years, Parks and Recreation operations have operated within limited, confined, minimally maintained, inadequate facilities for a community 30 square miles in size and comprised of more than 45,000 residents. The community has spoken through the master plan, which was developed 2.5 years ago. The highest ranked priority in that plan was a need for a recreation center. The Sugar Bush space could accommodate programs that the community ranked as high priority, including a small fitness center, cooking classes, art programs, open gym time, multiple sports camps, instructional leagues, performing arts, indoor and outdoor walking paths, and rentable space for families to host parties. Special events can expand with the use of a cafeteria, the increase of outdoor space, and available parking. Activities like mom and son dances, indoor carnivals, educational presentations, and family-themed special events will grow as such space accommodates larger crowds. Programs hosted at the Senior Center are bursting at the seams currently, with exceedingly large wait lists, and they have the potential to continue to boom if additional space is secured. In the community survey emailed to 7,500 recreation and senior families this past April, one of the greatest requests was for an increase in program offerings for ages 6 to 12 and senior citizens. Due to the ability to be active outdoors, the warmer weather months is when Leisure Services packs in most of the family programming. During winter, we see a decline in school age and adult opportunities due to the lack of indoor facilities. Programming for these groups currently occurs at the Youth Center, which was built in 1991 and has had little renovation since. In 2021, we took 9,000 total registrations during a time when COVID only allowed a half year of regular operation. 56% of registrants were senior citizens and 44% were youth and adults. The seniors have a designated place to call their own, a location which they can count on to provide recreational programming, community enrichment, offer services, and to feel at home in the company of others their age with similar interests. Youth and adults in this community do not have that same opportunity. All taxpayers deserve modernized, upgraded facilities where they can release energy to reduce stress, build healthy lifestyles, and further explore recreation. With only 5 months under our belts, Leisure Services has registered 6,300 people. 61% of participants are senior citizens, while youth and adults account for 39%. This demonstrates the need for increased space to host programs, as we are already performing at 70% of the previous year. Programming growth of this speed can only continue with an expansion of indoor facilities to provide year-round offerings for all ages. The Sugarbush building meets the need within the community for a recreation center. It affords opportunity to host simultaneous activities that bring together different generations while meeting the need of longtime clientele and new patrons. It would allow the township to create designated space where all ages are welcome. A recreation center provides accessible opportunities for active living and recreation in a safe, inclusive environment. By presenting a positive atmosphere, such a place creates a culture of well-being that promotes social, mental, and physical health. The Sugarbush building is a starting point that would allow Chesterfield and the surrounding communities to sample a variety of year-round programs. It would increase the array and availability of programs offered to all age groups and allow the township to gain data to determine if the need for a permanent location exists. A trial run at the Sugarbush building is an excellent way for the township to align the next master plan with accurate data and a clear direction, which could increase grant funding eligibility. A well-known building will help grow program participation, which naturally increases income and encourages healthy, active lifestyles. Thank you for taking the time to consider the excitement and vision behind this opportunity for Chesterfield to grow with the new and aging families we represent.
Thank you, Director Bowers. I appreciate the statement and your package work that was sent out last week. Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
I appreciate the presentation. I agree with 99% of it in terms of the opportunities to create for young people, seniors. Space is definitely needed. The issue that I had back when this motion was tabled was to talk about and what I had hoped to hear more in the presentation was the cost and how do we pay for it. When we come in and we ask residents, what would you like to see in the township? Clearly, community center, more leisure services programming. It's when you get to the how do we pay for it piece, people seem to be less enthusiastic. So if you ask me, how do you like this, and this, and I say, oh, I love that, and that. And then on the other side, is the price list. And so what I'm most worried about in the township is that, one, through some internal just discussions, I believe you will need additional staff at some point in terms of a programmer, somebody to assist with programming. That is, something that your board liaison has talked to me about going back, I don't know, maybe even a year now. Like this is something that is needed in terms of being able to schedule and all of the logistics that go on with programming. Bigger building, more potential for offerings. There's going to be another request for a programmer. There has to be. You really won't be able to facilitate the programming that you have envisioned without additional staff. So the total cost of what we are being asked as a board to invest in the Parks and Rec has me real nervous in terms of that has to come out of the general fund. There's no other mechanism than a general fund expenditure. And so when we're talking new staff, when we're talking general fund expenditures for a building, I'm a little nervous, and I get more anxious the closer we get to contract negotiations when I see the amount of revenue that this township is going to be spending. And I'm wondering, you know, maybe this is the time, like we debated last week, a totally different issue, but the general consensus was, or at least the majority opinion was, the voters should decide this issue. This should be an issue for the voters to decide. And I was pitching an idea that I thought brought revenue in, and it was felt that it was a big enough issue that the voters should weigh in on. And I think if we're going to ask the voters what they want, or the residents what they want in terms of programming, then maybe the proper way to fund this and the expansion of leisure services in general, staff, building, so forth, is to go to the voters and ask, because what we're currently taking in the way of general fund revenue won't cover it. It won't cover this expense or the vision that you have for the expansion. I think if we're serious about leisure services, we probably need to go forward and say, what would the residents like, and then immediately show them what their preference and likes will cost, and then they decide. You know, and again, I know the passion that goes into leisure services, and people care deeply about it, but I got to be a no vote on this, primarily because I don't think we have the money. I don't think that we have the revenue in the general fund to fully sustain this vision, because this is part of a multi-phased expansion of leisure services, and it almost seems irresponsible to approve this piece, knowing there's another piece that needs to be in place to make this work, and not consider the totality. And I don't think we have it in the general fund, and you know, that's why I'm unfortunately a no vote.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. First thing, Ms. Bauer, outstanding job, and all the activities you're in. I've been in this township long enough. We had some good people in the past, but you're a star, and I say that sincerely. I've seen what you've done with the kids at the baseball and that. I appreciate being there, and I'm looking forward to COVID over here, starting that again when we're out at Pollard Park. Mr. Joseph had hit some salient points. I'm not going to repeat them. But I know when we went through that facility a couple months ago, I asked the supervisor, you know, I really like the idea. I think it's a great idea. And I could easily debate the need for such a facility and what could go on there. Questions I had for the supervisor, I said, will you kind of give us an idea what type of funds do we have available now, and what impact will, you know, compare and contrast what it looks like. I'm looking on page 48 of the handout we have here, and 46 and 47. And right off the bat it says, does this agenda item require expenditure of funds? Yes. Additional staff or other resources required? Yes. I believe on the next page it gives some figures, and I believe as far as custodial maintenance, what that's going to be, $53,000 plus additional lease. And the last thing that was on the one page are funds budgeted? No. So personally, I have to be not supported, not because I want to, but I just looking at the financial part. I know Mr. LaFata and Trustee Joseph also mentioned it. Perhaps it's time at some point to look at a serious thing, maybe a separate going out to the public, a millage fund, a reasonable one, to see if we can get those, get that type of funding coming in to support not only this, but our parks that we're adding and these other things. Something to look at. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Any further comments from the board? Trustee Joseph, just to respond to you, yes, we did look at the financial picture of this, and the general fund can sustain this, and there does need to be a long-term solution for this, and increasing revenues by some manner of fact or fashion in the coming years or months should be looked at, and I think that we will do that. And also the discussion of added personnel and bodies in there, yes, this would require the additional programmer as was in the budget and as has been discussed. And with that, Deputy Duchesne, do you want to add to that as far as the model that we were approaching and looking at for this? If you would, please, thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Supervisor. I think the statements in the agenda report obviously still reflect the status. It is additional expense. We did, though, I want to make one correction. The board has already approved an additional position in leisure services for programming purposes, and we have not yet hired in that position because, frankly, we don't have a place to put them. And honestly, that was held back because even though the department requested and the board supported that, if you're going to expand programs in full service, you need the whole area to work, the supporting, characteristics of it. And obviously, there is really no Chesterfield Parks and Recreation Department. There is a office over here and a building called the Youth Center to do something in. Everything else has to be purchased or bought out. You have a daddy-daughter dance, you spend $10,000 just to host it. So there is expense built into all of the process. When we did the budget estimate and the model, the perfect solution would be to take the master recreation plan and survey information, which said that people in the township of Chesterfield would like new and expanded recreation services. Of course, as it was said, nobody said, and here's the price tag yet. But obviously, we have a price tag through an unusual situation that the board is now aware of in the use of schools and reuse of schools, which is done in many, many places very successfully. Timing is not perfect, but it certainly does indicate that there's an opportunity and it's going to cost you. I think if you look back to the budget discussions, I said then, you pay the price, but you also decide whether it meets the strategic goals of the township, provide the services, and then, as the supervisor stated and many board members, it is probably time to ask the residents, do you want to support recreation with a millage? Because the limited facilities that are here and the programs can continue to be funded, but they're funded with, certainly increasing costs and no really expansion of full range of services as we looked at the report. So we looked at the report from the increase of around $175,000 to the general fund. We looked at the growth in value. Right now, we're general funds expended, projected at $8.1 million. It is logical that the growth in the general fund based on cost and estimates to match the new general fund revenues is about $8.4 million. This would have to be decided in composition with the other costs, including labor costs and all the other things that go with it. So the model is strategically to step up to open a facility to have truly recreation facilities to serve the township, but then to follow up with an analysis of the leasing, what you want to do with a facility, and then obviously with your Parks and Recreation Commission, the logic may be to ask the voters for an operating millage and support millage to either utilize this building or build something similar to it. So that was the nature of the report. We looked at it from a cost, the human resources aspect, built in. It is budgeted right now for the additional professional position, along with full budgeting of the other existing staff. All recreation departments, and I've been through a few and rebuilt several, they are high cost in personnel because people are the thing we do. And the fortunate thing is most of it's programmers or people who are under contract or people who provide specific individualized services that you don't have invested costs in, OPEB costs or all those things. And you have a small core staff of professionals that carry the weight of the administration of the program. So that's our overview of it. Certainly the variables in here I would point out is use of the building. It could be careful, it could be very successful. If it's very successful, you'll spend more money in maintenance, you'll spend more money in program support, and at the same time, the revenue of public recreation programs is never intended to make money. We can't make money. What we can have is full cost recovery ideally, but logically, most recreation programs for the public and the public administration view are sampler packages. They are things to give people certainly affordable recreation. Everybody participates by general fund support, and there are revenues and fees that are built in here that Director Bauer could address. But again, it is not a model made on full cost recovery. It is a model made on some cost recovery by the particular principal user. And that's what the model was in the budget and the estimates laid out before the board.
Thank you, sir. Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I support this opportunity, first of all, because I'm concerned that it may not be available if we wait too long, and because I believe the school district may have to look somewhere else. However, I do also want to say that we've had a lot of discussions about Parks and Rec here in the last year, and one of the biggest discussions has been, what do we do with personnel? And we have somebody who's been moved into a closet. We've had to clean out a closet and make that into a workspace for one of the folks in there. And the programmer that was mentioned that is in the current budget, there is no place, and we talked about, is there a spot in the treasurer's office, but that would be complicated as well. Many of the costs that are associated with this school lease, we have been talking about the economies of scale that you'll get by being able to have multiple programs happening consecutively, which we can't do now, and not having the overhead of having to pay for space. We also talked about selling the youth center, ARPA funds, different things like that that would be associated with this. I've likened this opportunity very much to, this is kind of the first step, and I do agree with Trustee Joseph, and I've said it several times before, that I believe that Parks and Rec Department will have to eventually, they will have to get a millage as it grows, there's no doubt about it. However, I don't know that we're ready for that. This is just kind of a precursor, letting the public see, is this something that we're interested in? Is this the way we want to go? And interesting is we're looking at different partnerships, whether it be the library or other organizations, four-year colleges, the community college. Those are all places that may be interested in renting, subleasing space from this. An interesting conversation took place today at Selfridge-based Community Relationships Director and also Macomb County Planning and Economic Development Director on a potential partnership to create an innovation center. And if you take a look at the slide, we have something here in Macomb called the Macomb Automation and Robotics, I think it's a zone, and they provide hands-on opportunities for students to explore engineering, robotics, and teamwork through various programs. I just had a couple of the pictures that they forwarded over, and these are possible things that you could do with this space. And here we have students learning how to read 3D prints and engineering drawings, and we have a lot of opportunity there. This is a picture of elementary students doing a Lego workshop through the STEAM program, and this one here was recently in New Haven, and it was quite successful. This was the first year they've done these, and that was also very recent. Next slide. So they have these 5 communities here that have participated in 2022, and they'd be very interested in adding Chesterfield to that list.
Thank you, Treasurer Elliott. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I was one of the people, when this was on the agenda, a previous meeting, that I wasn't ready to approve it because I was concerned that there was lack of a more developed plan, and along with some of the things that have already been brought up. And in the meantime, we did receive additional information on plan ideas for using, things like that. I see this sort of as a if we rent it, will they come type of proposition, so I'm willing to try that for a year and see if they come. I receive phone calls from people who support having a center and encouraging me to vote for it. And I don't always get responses from people, unsolicited responses, and these people made a point to do that. So I thought I'm willing to vote in favor of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee DeMuynck.
This has been talked about for a while. I think it's a good opportunity to see where we go. with the schools rather than us building a building and, because we all know what Macomb Township, everybody says, well, we want Macomb Township, but that's multi-million dollars. I think this is a good start. We have the programmer, it's in the budget, it was budgeted for this year, and we can see where we go with this, and I think it's gonna be great, and I think Amanda will do a good job, and her staff with what we have and what we give available to her. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That being said, Trustee Joseph, please.
Yeah, just real quick, because it seems like there's been a lot of discussion on this, and the votes are there. We even had a slide presentation, so I missed that meeting, but clearly the votes are here for this. I just want to point out the financial concerns expressed. Mr. Duchesne gave a dissertation on why, and you said a few key things that I would like to just be on record with for future use. People are it, and you're right. The people that comprise all of our departments represent about 85% of the budget when we look at cost between their salaries and compensation. People are it. The board packet included arguments against the lease, which were only arguments that were made by Trustee Anderson and I regarding the costs. There are no arguments about what people want, the exceptionalism of the vision of the staff, the partnerships that could be formed, but the reality is we cannot afford it, and I don't envy you in contract negotiations with every time there's a budget expenditure issue, we're reminded of how much money we have. As if I were a union leader, I would be reminding you and I would be giving the quotes and sharing during negotiations with you how solvent and liquid we are. But what we did here in this executive report was also something that Mr. Duchesne said, and that is that public recreation does not operate on a full cost recovery practice. It is in essence a service that's provided. So it's sort of the opposite of a business model in that if you sell something at a low price, you could potentially make up for it in volume. So the more sales, the more profit. In this case, the more sales, the more people we attract, the more money we expend. That's just how the park leisure services are set up. That's not any kind of failure. That's just exactly the way it's set up. It is not designed to be a cost recovery or even a cost neutral. So the more attracted participants, the more cost per event. More customers, more service, more cost. That cost is only structured right now to come out of the general fund, and in our packet for bullet points against, we're reminded that funding current revenue sharing and the 0.76 mils is all we receive for all general government services. All of the funds associated with what is estimated to be a near 20% growth in this department's budget have not been accounted for, and it will come out of the general fund. And the issue again is when you look at some of the things on the horizon, at some point we have to prioritize our spending, and every time that there's a concern expressed about the deficit and the deficit spending, we're reminded that we're flush with cash and we have no issues, and I'm real worried about what happens when our employees start saying, you know, inflation's at 8%, we haven't had comparable raises, and those are going to be some real interesting negotiations. And every time we're here debating a financial issue, we talk about how much money we have, and I just don't see it, but I understand others do, and if I'm in the minority on this, I'd just like to be on the record of how fiscally irresponsible I think this endeavor is.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Comments from the public?
Joe Katich, I live on Sutton. I'd like to start from the beginning when all of this transpired and all of the wants came to being, was when Dan Echevetti put something out there asking the public what would you like? Which is everything under the sun. His response to that came from 400 people, and all 400 didn't want these, and 400 is only less than 1% of the total population of this township. So you're basing their wants and their needs on what 400 people said they want, and it wasn't presented to them as to what it would cost. Trustee Joseph, Trustee Anderson are right. The cost you're looking at today is probably less than half of what the thing is really going to cost you as you get down the road. Now, if you're willing to sacrifice other things out of the general fund, most everything out of the general fund for this, and trash everything else, or just basically take us more in the hole. Right now, I think the general fund, the budget is about $1 million in the hole, if I'm not mistaken. And you're asking to put more on without recognizing that fact. This is what you're going to end up with. Now, when this came out a couple weeks ago, I suggested an opportunity. You basically, half of the territory you want in that school is the gym. You've got a gym down here in the youth center that's probably used 2 days out of the week. Now, if these programs are so good, you could take those programs right now, initiate them, and use a gym for those programs. Won't cost you any more than it is now, other than the cost of the programs. The other part, claiming there was no room for the people here, I suggested going into the 40,000 square foot available in the sewer and water department. You walk into that place, it's like this. It's wall to wall. There's 2 or 3 people in there. And yet you're paying the mortgage, the heat, light, air conditioning, everything associated with that building. You could accomplish the same thing if you want to do this. Continue to use the youth center, do something with going into that sewer and water department, take money out of the general fund and pay your share of going in there, and you'll do the same thing. And if it expands from there, then you could low book doing something else. But just jumping this thing, saying, well, if we build it, it'll come, it's going to cost us a lot of money, and it's going to cost us in other areas, it's just foolish. It's like if some little kids say, I want this for Christmas. Your best bet, if everybody wants to do the right thing in here, is put it out on a ballot.
Thank you, sir. Time's up.
Show them the cost, let it go to the election, and let people decide what.
Any further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Amanda, I appreciate your presentation. It was a very good presentation. Thank you for coming tonight. What I didn't hear, and my greatest concern as a resident, a taxpayer, and a homeowner in Chesterfield, is how are we going to pay for this? We're adding $127,000 to our budget operating expense. It's a budget amendment. So what that is, that puts us even more negative than what we are currently in our budget. We don't have the money for it. So we don't have the money to pay for it. Do I support this program for the youths and the seniors? Absolutely, I support it. I think it's needed. But as responsible adults and as responsible elected officials sitting up there, we have to do the responsible thing. Treasurer Elliott, you were elected to be treasurer. You're the gatekeeper of the money. You know the current situation that we're in Chesterfield. I don't have to tell you. I mean, we're operating at a negative budget, operating budget deficit. So what we have to do is we have to put our feelings aside a lot of times, and we got to do the right thing for the residents. So and a lot of times we can't do what we want to do, and I agree. I mean, our youth need something, our seniors need something. So, but we got to figure out how to pay for it first. That's the responsible thing as adults and as elected officials. That's why people put us up there, is to make the responsible choices and to lead by example. We own the youth center. Instead of looking at selling it to the Selfridge, I think we should look at possibly remodeling that youth center, knocking it down. But we have to do that by, we have to put something on the ballot and let the residents vote on it. Let's let the residents tell us what they want, instead of us telling them what we want to do. The residents pay the taxes in this township, and the residents should be making those decisions. If they want a youth center, then we'll move forward with it, but we should let the residents decide. Deputy Duchesne said timing is not perfect, says the deputy supervisor. You're right. We can't make money, but our first duty and obligation is we got to stop the bleeding in this township. So until we do that and act responsibly, there's no extra money for anything else. And Kathy, I agree with you. I think we should look at the ARPA. When I say Kathy, I'm talking about Kathy Alley, and I want to be specific on that. We should look at the ARPA, American Rescue Plan. I think that's a great idea, if we could use some of those funds for the youth center. And again, we are definitely not Macomb Township. There's no doubt about that. And approving this without taking a second look and taking a deep breath is fiscally irresponsible. We're headed, inflation's at 8.5%, and we're headed for a full-blown recession.
Time's up, sir.
Let's
Thank you very
look
much.
and do the responsible thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public?
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Madsen, Library Director for Chesterfield Township Library, 50560 Patricia Avenue, behind the movie theater. First, thank you to Supervisor Kersten and to Superintendent Jankowski for including Library Board Trustees Annette Goyke and Megan Rock and myself in discussions regarding the lease of Sugarbush Elementary School, as we continue to explore options for a new public library. And I'll just say that several of our library board trustees were very excited about the idea of bringing families to one location where some children could be participating in activities while other children could be in a potential library space completing their homework or using other literacy sources. We appreciate your commitment, as noted in your 2022 budget and narrative for planning and zoning, to pursue new facilities that enhance the quality of life for township residents and businesses, including a new library, improved parks, and non-motorized facilities that connect these assets with residential and non-residential areas. Library staff think it's important and enjoyable to serve as liaisons in partnership with the township to bring free programs and resources to residents, including technology training and support for book discussion groups at the senior center, story times and other exciting summer enrichment programs at Pollard and Brandenburg Parks, and historical research and support for projects with the Historical Society, most recently at the Salt River Nature Center. The library board is very interested in and appreciative of this partnership potentially with the township at Sugarbush Elementary School. There has been a discussion about using the existing media center space for a mini branch or satellite public library space. And I just want to, we've been receiving many comments, and I want to respond to those comments that this would be in addition to our 21,000 square foot location at 50560 Patricia Ave behind the movie theater. This space would be about 3,500 square feet at Sugarbush Elementary, the existing media center. And again, it would be in addition to the current library, which we would continue to provide service to 45,000 residents. Again, thank you Supervisor Kersten, and good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Mattson. Thank you for your support. Further comments from the public?
Mike Orton, 50393 Bauer. So a few things to state on that. First, I want to open up by saying I am in agreement with many of the personnel who are outspoken against the project on the basis of deficit spending. You'll very rarely find a more fiscally conservative person than myself in regards to public spending and expenditures on any such manners. But it's also important to realize what government spending is utilized for, and at the local level, it is to empower and build upon a community by providing the necessary services to ensure that community functions properly, but also to ensure for a better quality of life. And while it's not the main priority of something like a local government, this type of project can enhance communitarianism as a whole in this township. I will state this as probably the only person, I can't say for certain in this room right now, but who attended Sugar Bush Elementary School, the entirety of elementary education. And I can say that it is a good facility to have such a center. And then also, as someone who grew up in this township, I will just state this for the fact, me and my friends, my family, we had no idea the youth center existed. I didn't know it existed until the talks came up for selling it. It is in a difficult to reach position within the township, and when you look at where Sugar Bush is in regards to where the majority of people live within this township, it is in a centralized location that is more accessible for many neighborhoods and residential areas within the community, as well as not being in a dangerous location. And by no means an insult to the library board at all, the library is not in an accessible location for kids and families. Having a satellite in the area where Sugar Bush is would provide easy accessibility to many families in a manner which would even be greater if we had greater sidewalk or bike path accessibility along Sugar Bush Road as well. Aside from that, though, it is something I think that needs more discussion overall, and we do need to have a more permanent funding placement for such an action, but to simply disregard an idea like this because we can't afford it, we also have to take into consideration what is the point in providing services for citizenry if it is not to better everyone's lives. This is something that would definitely better people's lives because, as I said, growing up in this township, this is not a kid-friendly township. This could change that, especially given its location. It is a centralized location. You provide the services in a centralized area. You go to any other community in Macomb County, what do you find? Clinton Township, Sterling Heights, anywhere else. Everything is centralized.
Time's up, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Hi there, Sarah Arena, 53058, Rill Creek. I just, again, want to really put my support behind this lease, and I also would support down the road a millage to support it, because it really, really is needed. And the one cost I haven't heard talked about today is the cost on people. If we don't have something like this, physical health, mental health are going to keep being an issue. And this is a national epidemic of people with obesity and cardiac disease and diabetes because they don't have places to recreate. This is a mental health crisis we're in post-COVID where people have anxiety and depression, and these will give us opportunities for people to be out and recreating. And we really just don't have that resource currently, and this will be a step forward in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments from the public? No further comments from the public. I'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 8A, which would be, item 8A. Clerk Berry.
Clerk Berry, aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8B.
Item 8B is to adopt proclamation number 2022-12 to recognize Memorial Day.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Support.
Trustee DeMuynck, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Memorial Day, originally known as Decoration Day, is a federal holiday in the United States, mourning the U.S. military personnel who have died while serving in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas it is observed on the last Monday of May, it was formerly observed on May 30th from 1868 to 1970. And whereas many people visit cemeteries and memorials on Memorial Day to honor and mourn those who died while serving in the U.S. military, and whereas many volunteers place an American flag on graves of military personnel in national cemeteries, and whereas Memorial Day is also considered the unofficial beginning of summer in the United States, and whereas many cities and people have claimed to have first celebrated the event, and whereas in 1868, General John A. Logan of Grand Army of the Republic called for Decoration Day, which was widely celebrated, and whereas by 1890, every northern state had adopted it as a holiday, and whereas the world wars turned it into a generalized day of remembrance instead of just for the Civil War, and whereas in 1971, Congress standardized the holiday as Memorial Day and changed its observance to the last Monday in May. And now therefore be it resolved that on this 24th day of May 2022, and on behalf of the Charter Township of Chesterfield, the Township Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Memorial Day in Chesterfield Township, Michigan.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Comments from the board? Comments from the board? Any comments from the public? I have a motion by Trustee DeMuynck, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve the proclamation as read by Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry, would you please call the roll?
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8C. Clerk
Item
Berry.
8C is to adopt proclamation number 2022-13 to recognize May 25th, 2022 as National Missing Children's Day.
Do I have a motion to approve item 8C?
So moved.
Clerk Berry, supported by
Support.
Trustee Anderson. Clerk Berry, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas National Missing Children's Day has been commemorated in the United States on May 25th since 1983, when it was first proclaimed by President Ronald Reagan. And whereas it falls on the same day as the International Missing Children's Day, which was established in 2001. And whereas in the several years preceding the establishment of National Missing Children's Day, a series of high-profile missing children's cases made national headlines. And whereas on May 25th, 1979, Etan Potts was only 6 years old when he disappeared from his New York City home on his way from bus to school. And whereas the date of his disappearance was designated as National Missing Children's Day. And whereas at the time, cases of missing children rarely garnered national media attention, but his case quickly received extensive coverage. And whereas his father, a professional photographer, distributed black and white photographs of him in an effort to find him. And whereas resulting in a massive search and media attention that followed focused the public's attention on the problem of child abduction and the lack of plans to address it. And now therefore, on this 24th day of May 2022, and on behalf of the Charter Township of Chesterfield, the Township Board of Trustees does hereby recognize May 25th, 2022, National Missing Children's Day in Chesterfield Township, Michigan.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee Anderson, to approve item 8C, proclamation as read. Clerk Berry?
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8D.
Item 8D is to adopt ordinance amendment number 196, an ordinance amending Chapter 34, Environmental, Article 2, Nuisances. The ordinance shall now have a section 34-34, shopping cart regulation, added thereto in order to regulate the storing, labeling, and recovery of shopping carts, prohibiting the unlawful removal of shopping carts from the premises of the owners, prohibit the abandonment of carts within the township. Second reading and adoption, repealing any and all ordinances and/or resolutions in conflict therewith.
Do I have a motion to approve the ordinance? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Support.
Supported by Treasurer Elliott. Again, this was brought back from the original introduction and request for resolution. There's been substantial changes to it. And Mr. DeMaster, if you want to entertain some of the changes and how we plan to approach this ordinance.
Yeah, still a code enforcement tool to clean up the carts abandoned in the public right-of-ways, and it has removed the personal penalty element. So it's basically just having this, it's a incentivize the stores to pick up their carts and clean up the right-of-ways.
I'm in trouble hearing you.
It's on, isn't it? Can you hear it?
Yeah, now I can.
All
Yeah.
right.
Could you just repeat that part? It's remove the.
We have removed the personal penalty element on the ordinance. So this is just to incentivize the stores to retrieve their carts on a regular basis. If they don't, we will hold them and charge them for that service to pick it up.
Any further comments, questions?
Yeah,
Trustee Joseph?
I have a bunch.
Trustee Joseph, please.
Turned it off by accident. I'm just gonna go down the line because I thought this was dead. I had some conversations after the original publication. We had tremendous feedback from residents who were concerned on everything from, destroying our relationships with our stores to something that was originally referred to as unintended consequences, which I agreed with. It was later expanded to include overzealous rookie officers, which, was a real problem for me. And then we got into just me taking personally, and I talked to Trustee Anderson about it, and I just kind of went up and down Gratiot to look at the extent of the problem. And the day that I went, it was pretty bad. You've been monitoring this far longer, than I have, and so the questions that I have for you is, how many carts do you anticipate impounding first in a week or a day, whatever time frame you want to put?
We're hoping it gets to be zero. This is what we're trying to do, is solve this problem of these carts abandoned on the thing. So we're hoping after a few periods of time, they're going to start a program and pick up their own carts. We do not want to be in the picking up cart business.
You're declaring a conclusionary statement. I'm asking you to help me understand the genesis of this ordinance. I think you're wrong in the conclusionary, but rather than get in an argumentative, maybe we could just understand the catalyst, the antecedent for this. How many carts will you pick up if this ordinance goes into effect based on the research that you've done? How many carts will you pick up next month?
We do not know how many carts we're going to pick up.
How many carts are out there now?
You picked up several recently, so not as
Yeah,
many
no, I'm
as
going to
there
get
were the
into
other
my
day.
findings, but
Right.
I thought my 3-hour investment probably paled in comparison to anybody that would bring forward an ordinance that does the damage I think this one does. So I just want to understand, and if you don't have an answer.
I do not have an answer.
The reason that I asked that is because picking up, impounding, cataloging, you're going to have to keep track of, according to the ordinance. If you pick up 3 or more carts, you will then send the store a notice notifying them they have 30 days to retrieve their cart. They will pay an impound, an administrative fee of $25 per cart to retrieve their cart. The ordinance as written says if they don't retrieve it after 30 days, the township can either sell it or generally dispose of it. What is the cost associated with all of those transactions?
I can tell you I worked with Chris Anderson.
That's
and
the
this is
legal-
not-
that's
This is
the
not
legal.
our first one. Chris Anderson, our township attorney. I worked with her. We've gone to other communities. This is not a brand-new ordinance that I've just invented. We actually took the time to make sure.
You're answering questions I didn't answer. If you're just not going to answer it, just say you're not going to answer it.
Then
I'm just
I don't
asking
wanna
first.
I don't want to attack him. He brought it forward. The implementation of this,
Just point of order. I have specific questions.
Okay, go ahead with the question.
I have a specific question. He's answering with what was done by the attorney. I already know that. I know the ordinance in Roseville, but I also know the problem in Roseville. It's not our problem. It's not the question I'm asking. I didn't ask you if you created the law. I know that you didn't.
Okay.
We have a problem. I'm assuming anytime a solution is brought forward, we've identified the problem. My questions are really just designed at understanding the level of the problem, because we can then have a discussion on the cost of the fix. Okay?
Okay.
So the problem was visible to me driving down Gratiot, as it is any reasonable person.
Yes.
But that's this much of the problem if you are putting the time and energy into working and collaborating with our attorney, which we pay to draft an ordinance, and so forth. So what is it that brings this to the point that you say we need an ordinance? Is it the volume of calls? Do you have a log of the calls? Do you know the volume of calls, carts that we're talking about?
I can tell you that code enforcement regularly goes to these stores and says, pick up your carts, and they have stopped. So this was the solution, to incentivize them to pick up their carts. That's the best I can tell you at this
Okay.
point.
Let me just bring it to the meat of what I have a problem with, okay? The fix outweighs a very, very simple and easily done task. I was driving home, and it was a Sunday. I mean, I had a lot of things going on, and I drove past the bus stop at 23 and Gratiot area. There were, I don't know, probably 15 or 16 carts out there. And they were toppled over, they were on the sidewalk. One of them was kind of near the roadway, and I thought, boy, if this blows in, but I'll be honest with you, what made me stop is there were people sitting on the carts just waiting for the bus. And when somebody talks about that potential person being targeted by Chesterfield PD, it was anger that started it, and I didn't really like that. And I thought, you know what, rather than get angry about it, I went home and I emptied out my truck bed, and I just went back to the bus stop, and I started loading the carts in. I have a short pickup truck. It's a short bed pickup truck. I was able to take those carts, and there were 6 different stores at that one location. So trying to drop them back in the parking lots of each, it was a little more involved, and I kind of did it on a whim, so I hadn't really thought out a nice, effective route or bundled them together, and it was just me. I didn't have any. In 3 hours, I went up and down Gratiot. I unloaded that bus stop. I went down. I think I even helped out our neighboring community, because the west side of Gratiot at Hall Road, where I picked up 6 Walmart carts, I believe is Macomb Township. So I guess maybe I'll send them a bill, but scoop them up. All of the carts on the southern end of the Gratiot belonged to Walmart. And then on the northern end, it was kind of a hodgepodge. We had everything from Aldi, which charges the quarter to retrieve the cart, which I think does a great job of keeping their lot clean, but if I can't get my groceries home and I got to get them to the bus stop, I don't know that I'm worried about the quarter. So there's Aldi, there was Home Depot, there was Meijer, several Meijer, Target, Kohl's, Hobby Lobby, Rite Aid, and I took them all back. I just took them all back, and in about 3 hours, Gratiot was clean top to bottom. And I've been watching it for the last 2 weeks. There's been a few trickled back out, but I surmised that the carts that were at that bus stop had accumulated probably over a month time, because there really was nobody coming to get them. So 1 be turned into 2, and a few days later, 3. I got to believe, and the carts that I picked up at the southern end had been in the mud and the dirt and had been severely damaged. I believe they had been there for even longer. I mention this because I think the volume doesn't really need to get too high before it's a tremendous eyesore. And instead of picking up the carts and creating a very, very formal process, because now we gotta register those carts. Somebody's gonna have to keep a log for the impounded carts. We're gonna have to know when each cart came in, so we gotta track those. We gotta notify the store when they get to 3. Now we got a different clock that starts ticking, which means somebody's gotta monitor the 30 days. And then, when the store does finally come, we charge them $25 per cart. So, for a whole host of reasons, first being the cost that we will spend enforcing this ordinance, and then, in a very close second, photo finish for me, is the tremendous damage we do with our retailers. We're going to hit them with a $25 redemption fee when they come and pick it up. When we've picked it up and taken it to a different location, we could have easily ended our obligation to the inventory, impound, storage, prosecution. We could have easily ended it if we just simply take it from the bus stop that we find it to the store. So when I was done picking up carts on a Sunday, I wrote a letter to every store owner that had a cart out there. And I shared with them the ordinance that had been proposed, and I asked them to provide any input that they had on a collateral problem-solving. Some of the managers called me directly, and the talks from the general managers and the store directors were the same. We're struggling with just keeping enough cashiers and stock personnel. We used to have teams that would go out and recover these. That was part of the bigger organization. And we just don't have those kinds of resources right now, and we're sorry. And so when they're able to do other things for the township, I would really like to know who's thinking about the math associated with at that DPW event that you had on Saturday, you had Lowe's and Home Depot. At the police open house, we have Meijer. We can call them and say, hey, would you mind donating about 30 million hot dogs for our, sure. Home Depot, in the last board meeting presentation we had, we showcased the I don't know which award we've won now for the Brandenburg Shoreline Project, but in that, Home Depot donated $5,000 to cover the flooring costs of the snack shop. How many $25 redemption do you think it's going to take to motivate the store to incentivize them to hire staff? I realize that you're taking an attempt at solving a problem, but if you're going to pick them up and you're going to impound them, and you're going to do that at taxpayer costs because these are township employees, simply take them back to the store, and then we work with the store to cooperatively come up with ideas like posting signs and being maybe a bit more vigilant in how they monitor their carts leaving. But we solicit input from our retailers, and I implore my fellow board members, let's let this play out a little bit and see what our retailers do before we go forward with this ordinance that just damages relationships with our retailers. The problem is not that significant if a overweight guy in a short bed Dodge Ram can clean up the entire Gratiot in 3 hours. The township can find a way to provide this service to our retailers without damaging our relationships. So I would ask you to vote no on this, and or at least postpone this for an opportunity to see what our retailers are willing to do to collaborate with us. And let's not adopt an ordinance that comes out of an environment that has a totally different problem than ours. Our problem is not anywhere as significant as East Point or Roseville or some of the other. I understand the necessity there. We have one major thoroughfare in our township that attracts carts from our retailers, and that's Gratiot. We can clean it up very expeditiously at very little cost, without enforcement, without heavy-handedness, and without ruining our relationships with our retailers. Not to mention the civil problems associated with what was described as unintended consequences, because although I found the comments repulsive, the initial was spot on. I guarantee you that the majority of the individuals at these bus stops are not without, they're not with abundant means. They're struggling in life, and I've talked too long already, but the guy at the bus stop who offered to help me load the carts shares with me at the end of this exercise, he hadn't eaten in 2 days. And so these are not individuals who are just whimsically taking the carts. We're in a difficult place in our society. Picking these carts up and taking them back to the retailer is the right thing to do, minus the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I don't have any questions for Mr. DeMaster, but just like to state my position on this issue. I understand that we want to try to prevent our township from being cluttered with these nuisances and so forth. I think there's a number of other things in addition to shopping carts that we can do. There are, every time, we have, the increased number of, say, panhandlers that are out there in the township, I get a call. People want to know, what are we doing about that, and what can we do about that? And we haven't addressed that issue either. And again, I think we have a number of things, other blighted issues and so on and so forth. What concerns me about this ordinance, especially with the changes that are made, is there's nothing, I think we're taking on the wrong perpetrator here. We're looking to impose financial hardship on a victim, which is essentially the retailer. What we're saying is that someone came and stole your property, but now what we want to do, because we don't like where they left it, we want you to pay us to go and retrieve your stolen property, which you had nothing to do with. So I think that in principle, it makes no sense. It's much like telling our residents, if someone stole your car and our police department finds it abandoned on a road somewhere, you're going to get charged all these additional fees. And by the way, we're not going to prosecute anybody. We're not even going to look. So, and I'm not advocating for prosecution, but what I'm saying is that it makes the way that this ordinance is written, although I think the thought is good, I understand that, but to hold the owner, the victim, responsible, I don't think is reasonable. It's their property that's stolen, and then we're going to tell them we want them to pay us to basically to make it right. And I don't think that makes much sense. I think there's another way to address this, as well as other nuisance issues that we have going on in the township. It's not just carts. It's look at all of the trash they've collects right against that fence over off of 94 and Gratiot, over by the condos and apartments. That's a continual nuisance. We've got a lot of other issues that I think, if we're concerned about the image and the character of our community, I believe that there are other things that we can do. I don't think this ordinance makes sense on a number of levels, and I would encourage, I'll be voting no on this, and I encourage my fellow board members to do so as well.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Supervisor. So a quick Google search is shopping cart ordinances in Michigan, and it comes up with just community after community after community after community of, this is pretty standard to have shopping cart ordinances. In Detroit, Roseville, lots of places all over the state have this. And there are some news stories, and some of the arguments within the news stories line up with the things that you heard from Trustee Joseph, and even some of them line up with the things that you heard from Clerk Berry. And what I do find compelling is that although there is this type of discussions both ways, that all of these communities still exist, and so do the stores that were affected, whether it's Home Depot or Lowe's, or the story I'm looking at right now is mentioning Safeway. And as Trustee Joseph has spoken about when he did call and speak with store managers, they were apologetic because they couldn't get it. The fact is that we have lots of fees and fines. If you're late on your water bill, if you're late on your taxes, building department has lots of things that they have to enforce. And those are normal processes and procedures. And to go up and do a service, say for Home Depot, and pick up 10 shopping carts, and then not do it for Lowe's and do that for free, and not be able to say we have a fine or a fee or something tied to it, I feel that that's problematic. So I think that you've done a great job with trying to put this through. I think this is a great discussion, but I don't think that this is a big deal to Home Depot. They are not sitting there going, oh my goodness, I got a $50 bill from Chesterfield Township, therefore I will never donate anything again. They understand that this is a part of doing business, and this is a great way. I travel Gratiot every day, and those shopping carts, lots of them are back, that were picked up by Trustee Joseph the other day. And this is pretty common practice, and I think that this is a great direction moving forward and cleaning up that very important corridor. Some people call it downtown Chesterfield. And that is when people drive through Chesterfield, they drive up Gratiot, they drive along 23, and that's what they believe that it is, not where many of the folks that are speaking at the podium or speak here live off of over off of, say, Jefferson or Sugarbush. Don't maybe drive Gratiot corridor as much as I do and see that those shopping carts are all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I think this is a worthwhile ordinance. It doesn't begin to solve the problem, but it's one tool in the toolbox that code enforcement can utilize. And when I first read this version, I thought, we're not charging enough money. And then I thought, but we don't care, we don't need to make money on this. I think probably the store owners will be quite happy that they can send someone over, pick up all those things and pay a small fee. That would be easier for them to send out people every day collecting carts. So having a couple years back, I tried to do some things on my own too, and it's very difficult. And I met even 2 years ago, it was still a difficulty with personnel, that stores could not release personnel to even go to the next store over and get things. So I think all you gotta do is try it and see if it works, how it works, and if it solves the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee DeMuynck.
They are eyesores, because a week or so ago, I was there by Gratiot, by Cotton, where there was a lot. Needs to be something done. This is a start. Hopefully they'll get the message and just send somebody out. Or maybe somebody needs to start a business. There you go, David, you know a lot of people. Why don't you get somebody to start a business and go up and down, pick up the carts and they can charge all the stores. Say, hey, I'll pick up your carts 1 day a week for $20. But they gotta be picked up. Okay, you did a good deed, and I give you credit for that. But these are big stores, and they just doesn't look right when they're along. And I know where you're talking about on Gratiot, just in the Macomb Township, south of Herb Drive. There's a whole bunch of them in the ditch. I see that too when I go southbound. I think this is a start, and we'll see where Gary and the guys on code enforcement go. I mean, if the stores get the hint, then we don't have to charge them. Just pick up your carts. We'll see where it goes.
Thank you, sir.
It helps clean up Gratiot.
Comments from the public? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I think Mr. Joseph did a good job, excellent job explaining. He's actually had feedback from these businesses, the issues that they have. I mean, in all due respect to my fellow board members, I hear people divining on what these departments say and what they're going to do and all these other things. I'm not privy to that kind of knowledge of what the businesses are going to say about this issue. Well, what I will say, if it's such an eyesore, why did we dump $250,000 to resurface 23 Mile in front of Myers, so some of them shop at Myers there. These businesses, like you mentioned, they've been many of them are very supportive of our community. Many of our residents also work there. And I understand it's a problem. You know, it's been, but these draconian actions come up with ordinance, everything, how thick are our ordinances in this township? I mean, we had a former employee that reconfigured them. I think it's probably 3 inches thick at least. and it's something that's going to linger on a shelf like many of the studies that this township does. But I just believe that this is entirely draconian, and there should be some other, see this economy gets better when they can start getting some more workers. I mean, it's not going to kill anyone to hold off this a while. Anyhow, that's my 2 cents, or a quarter.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Jules.
Thank you. I heard it's a good place to start. The old woman that lived behind me couldn't shovel her snow anymore. I shoveled it. I didn't think about starting a business. I wasn't interested in starting a business, and the business model fails miserably because there's no revenue in this business. If there were, these companies would, go and hire people. It's not their priority. My question to you is, to any board member that says this is a good start, you don't know what it's going to cost you. You're not even interested in what it's going to cost you. And you say, it's okay, we have the resources to send them out to pick up the carts. You're going to do that in compliance with this ordinance. You're going to pick them up. You're expending most of the resources right there in that action. Instead of taking them to an impound yard where you will have tremendous bureaucratic expense with logging, notifying, receiving the store when they show up, writing them a receipt. You don't even know what that costs. I'm at least saying, if you're willing to expend the costs associated with pick them up, just take them back to the store. What does the ordinance and enforcement and the posting of signs, how is that a good start? And then, again, not to be sensitive about it, I know that there's a lot of ordinances from all over the world involving shopping carts, and you cite Detroit and Roseville and East Point, and what you're talking about are communities that have a number of major retailers, primarily retailers, and intersections with bus stops. Ours is Gratiot. It's not a heavy lift. I'm telling you, it's not a heavy lift. We're making it very complicated. We're expense, and every time I turn around, we don't have the staff to cut grass. We don't have the staff for this. We even heard today during our discussions about the staffing of Parks and Rec. We don't even have space to put the new person. So it's one of the downsides of growing government. We have so many employees. Now we're going to add to the responsibilities of DPW to log, impound, store, notify. There's got to be logs kept. You can't just say, it's just a tremendous amount of administrative work, and the good deed is done by the township in a very, very minor lift. Just take the carts back to the store, and we notify the store. And I know that this, this idea, they're not going to care. I'm sure I talked to some of them. And, I don't know if you called the store manager at Aldi. You can't even reach the store manager because they're so short-staffed that you can send an email to corporate. I had to go to somebody that works at Aldi to say, who's the store manager? I can't get a hold of anybody. We don't have one because he's on the floor. So he doesn't take calls. Calls are handled by corporate. Same thing at Walmart. See, these people are running ragged, and that's the state of our economy. So in the middle of that, we go, well, Roseville has a policy and Detroit has a policy. It's really no big deal, and maybe they'll get the hint and come pick up their carts every day. It's not that big of a problem. Let's just pick them up and take them back. But if we have the money again to grow government and create cart impound officials and logging, and you have all that resources in your office, amen.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Michelle Merriweather, 52860 Muirfield Drive, Chesterfield, Michigan. I first wanted to state thank you to the board and also to your department as well, you're behind me, in looking at other opportunities and other solutions to the problem. I also wanted to thank especially Kathy Elliott, who placed a phone call directly to me and we had a chance to talk, as well as having a chance to also have some conversation with Scotty. And I just wanted to state that as a resident, I do appreciate when we can come together to have a conversation. The last meeting that we had on this, a discussion was made of the email, and I never sent an email to the board before. And if I've sent an email, it meant that as a resident, I was passionate. But I also wanted to state there were a couple of other factors. When I had a chance to speak with Kathy, one of them being that it was 11 o'clock at night, I felt that I probably misunderstood. I'm not above saying that I may have been wrong in terms of what I understood, because I'm a big enough person. But I wanted to state that I did appreciate the fact that we had a chance to discuss it and to talk about what was being stated in the ordinance. And I wanted to state that she understood, everyone understood, my feelings were how to make sure that we were protecting the residents. I also wanted to state to David, at the end of the day, we have a right to debate, but to call me a race-baiting race hustler, I have never stood before you and used my race as an excuse for anything. I have the utmost respect for this board. As a sister of an Indianapolis police sergeant and as the granddaughter of one of the first sheriffs who was African-American in Louisville, Kentucky, I have a grand respect for the police. My email was simply giving information about what has happened across the United States as a result of blind ordinances. Sometimes emails can be lost in terms of how they are communicated. So I do apologize if it came across that way. But don't ever think in one way, ever, I will never use the fact that I am black to a room of whites as a reason for anything. That was a kick in the gut and it was not deserved. Brad, you are correct. You and I have always had a good relationship. I stood up and supported you when you took this role, and I still support you. So in that way, if anything happened in which it was miscommunicated, that it came across, I apologize to you because I have grand respect for you. I like to say to each of you, I know your job is not easy. We bring to you situations that occur and we're passionate, all of us in this room. But do know that I do hope that we can continue to come together as one for good solutions. And again, I salute the work that you're doing and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Michelle, after that one, I wholeheartedly agree with Michelle Merriweather. I've known her for a long time. She's never, since I've known her, has ever used her race or color to try to get things done. So I do agree with her on that. Back to the agenda item is I travel that corridor every day, up and down a minimum anywhere from 2 to 6 times on Gratiot. I've made it, I have specifically for the last month, have made it a mission to monitor the cart situation. Because when it came before this board, there weren't enough questions, and there weren't enough responses on why we needed the ordinance to begin with. And anytime there was a question, there was hesitation, as there was tonight, and hesitation in answering. It was a simple question by Trustee Joseph. I mean, it was, but it could be answered, and it wasn't answered because there wasn't any effort put into it to come forward here to ask for this ordinance. So I want to state my position on this as monitoring the carts for several weeks. That is an accumulation of these carts for weeks. It's not something that happens within 2 or 3 days. It's a weekly thing. And Dave, I want to thank you for picking up the carts over the weekend. If you're ever in need, I'd be more than happy to help you. Under the, I find it kind of odd and peculiar, under the old ordinance, when it was originally proposed, we were going to fine the individual $500 and a misdemeanor. So now, my understanding is the 500's off. I didn't hear anything about the misdemeanor being off. If it's not, I'm going to request that there's no misdemeanor handed out to the individuals. And Dave, on that individual that you mentioned that hadn't eaten in 2 days, the type of guy that I know you are, I'm sure you bought that individual a meal. So, and I want to thank you for that. This ordinance doesn't make sense to me, And the reason why it doesn't make sense to me is because these stores are partners with us in Chesterfield. We partner with them. For example, you know, Home Depot, we needed a floor. Home Depot donated it. We need something from Lowe's. The Christmas tree that was out here that Mr. Palomino put out for Christmas, that was donated by Lowe's. That was almost $1,000 tree. So let's not work on finding these stores. Let's work to partner with these stores, because in reality, if you add up the amount of money that these stores donate to us on a yearly basis, I guarantee you it's a lot more than this measly $25 that we're going to charge them. It's a ridiculous ordinance. Let's partner with them, let's do the right thing,
you,
and
sir.
let's move
Time's
forward.
up. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? I'll bring it up to the board. Any further comments from the board?
Yeah,
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm sorry? Oh, I thought somebody said something down there. The issue, again, simply cost and the relationships damage that we do. With regard to the other issue which was raised during the initial, which had to do with unintended consequences, I'm not going to address all of the, nobody was, the introduction of race didn't come from me. And the concerns, I'm sorry? Does somebody have something to say down there, or are you just going to heckle me all night? The concerns that were raised at the podium and turning this into a race issue, for me, it really wasn't what it's about. The comments that were made, the letter that was sent to the board, was received and read by the police department. It was hurtful, because there are no intentions on the police departments to target anybody as a result of this ordinance. This ordinance was never designed to target minorities or poor people or anything like that. That was the point that I was trying to make. So somebody wants to send emails to their friends on the board and make out like they didn't say what they said, it's fine, but the letter was really troubling, and the police department took, I think, a really unnecessary shot, and I'll always defend them. I'll always defend them. It's just what I do. And the idea of some overzealous rookie cop ending somebody's life as a result of this ordinance was a real kick in the stomach to them. So my intent was to communicate to them that I wasn't going to allow that to happen by anybody, regardless of color. So that's where that is. And if you hear somebody talk about this ordinance and Eric Garner, and you say, I appreciate your opinion, you're sending a message to the people of this department who put their lives on the line every day, that heard that and thought, I would never hurt somebody over a shopping cart. How dare they? They don't have a voice. We represent the entire department, and that was highly offensive. I'm glad that we've at least resolved that maybe that was a misunderstanding, apology accepted, and I'm glad that we're past that, and I appreciate you taking responsibility for your comments. Thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to call the question.
Motion called the question by Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee Vosberg. The original motion is there is a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 8D. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
Sorry, this is a motion to call the question.
This is a motion on the,
That's correct. Motion called question.
motion to call the question.
Yes. Aye. Doesn't matter.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Again, on the motion, or agenda item 8D, There was a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 8D as read. Clerk Berry, please.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 8E.
Item 8E is to adopt resolution number 2022-08, approving shopping cart administrative retrieval fees as set in ordinance 196.
Motion by Supervisor Kersten,
Support.
supported by Clerk Berry. Any comments from the board? Further comments from the board? Seeing none. Any comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, Clerk Berry, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor,
Item 8E.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to ask for a 5-minute recess. We've got probably another hour and a half worth of business to attend to, and I'm thinking there may be some members of the audience that would, I'd like to request a 5-minute recess, if that would be acceptable.
It's acceptable.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Roll call. All those in favor for a 5-minute recess?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-minute recess at 9:16. like to recall the Chesterfield Township Board Meeting back to order. Next item on the, and real quick, I just remind, I don't, let's be respectful across the table here, on both sides. I don't want to get into arguments, and be respectful. That's all I ask as the board chair. Item 8F.
Item 8F is to approve a recommendation by Public Works to partner with Macomb County Department of Roads 2022 Limestone Program to improve approximately 3 miles of gravel road within the township. Township 10% match in the amount of $25,005.
We have a motion to approve item 8F. Trustee DeMuynck,
Second?
Clerk Barry. Mr. O'Connor, do you want to readdress this issue?
Good evening. Karen, could you, if you could put the map up that shows this is the annual program we do with the county to add material and grade mostly major roads. I think it's our 6th year. Oh, it should be in the attachments. But anyways, the program is the county contributes 90%, we contribute 10%. We pave, or not pave, we add material and grade approximately 3 miles of road. This year we're doing Hagen from Bates to the township limits, and also Bates from 25-mile road to 26-mile road.
Thank you, and this is a historical request. We participate in this for some time.
Yeah, this, I believe, is the 6th year.
Yep. Comments from the board? Any comments from the board? Comments from the public? Have any comments from the public? Seeing none, I have a motion to, I'm sorry, please.
I guess the only question I have is, if we're getting rid of a grader, and it could be used to do these roads as well as other roads, why are we getting rid of the grader? Why wouldn't we do this
Quick
in-house?
answer, sir. We do not own the county roads. This is a county road, and we do not provide a service to them. This grader has not been, the grader that we've asked to sell is, cannot be used for this, this purpose. County road doesn't. You shake, is there another question?
Well, why are we paying for part of the county roads then? If it's a county road that you're doing, or they're doing, they're obligated for, why are we contributing to the county?
Again, we're
to do
providing
their
a-
roads?
We're providing a service to a tax-paying resident that lives on a county road to enhance their roadway. We're going through the county for this.
But
They will apply the gravel and they will grade it.
Isn't it the county's obligation to maintain those roads? We shouldn't
That's
have
correct, it is.
anything from you. I mean, why are we contributing to do something that they should be doing? We pay, part of your millage gets paid to the county for a number of things. I would think this includes this. Doesn't make any sense.
Further questions from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. I think what in regards to what Mr. Katich was trying to say in regards to this is, we give a substantial amount of money to the county on a yearly basis. And because we do that, and they're responsible for county roads, I've heard that twice tonight, I knew that. Why are we even putting 10% is Mr. Katich's point. So we shouldn't be putting anything in. And I was wondering, Mr. Supervisor, if you can give us an exact amount of money as residents and taxpayers that we give the county per year. I know the number, I was just wondering if you knew it. Thank
No,
you.
I can't. You're asking for Public Act 51 money? Is that what you're asking? I don't have that number off the top of my head. If you want to share it, you can. please, I'll defer to you. You're the expert in this area. Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I've been kind of verbal about, in the past, about sharing costs with the county when I believe it's 100%, it is 100% their responsibility, but I've also come to learn that if we don't participate in the 25,000, they're not going to do any of it. So I think this is a way to help some of our residents. We did it, we do it when we help pay for paving as well. And I don't like it, and I think we need to lobby our legislators to work harder to get our legislators to change some of the policies. Thank you.
Agreed. Any further comments? Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, I agree. A couple of speakers, the residents have a good point here about this being a county road, but I look at this as one of the few opportunities that I feel we're really giving back to the residents something there that we can contribute. I feel more comfortable in this than resurfacing the road on 23 Mile Road, but that's another debate. I think at least we're looking out for our residents, although it's costing us a little money. This investment, I think, is well worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee DeMuynck, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 8F. Clerk Berry.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8G.
Item 8G is to adopt resolution number 2022-12, the Michigan Department of Transportation Performance Maintenance Resolution for Municipalities, form number 2207B.
There a motion by Trustee DeMuynck.
Support.
Trustee Treasurer Elliott. Mr. O'Connor, please. Thank you.
Annually, we get a permit from MDOT to do maintenance on our utilities, the water mains, the sanitary sewers. MDOT has changed their format, so their format requires a resolution from the township board, so that's why this is here.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? No comments from the board. Any comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, I have a motion by Trustee DeMuynck, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 8G. Clerk Berry.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8H.
Item 8H is to approve a recommendation by engineering to adopt resolution number 2022-13, which will approve a Transportation Alternatives Program grant application for the Jefferson Avenue pathway from Sutton Road to Lake Point Street.
Do we have a motion to approve item 8H?
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Mr. O'Connor, if you would, please.
As the request states, it's a TAP grant application for Jefferson Avenue pathway from Sutton to Lake Point Street. Jeremy Schroet is here from Spalding to Decker to answer questions.
Jeremy, you want to give the history on this grant and where it came from, originated, and where we're at with it?
No, absolutely. So this is, originally Spalding went through a study to determine what gaps exist within the township, rank those gaps, and then one of those exercises was to go through and define which of those gaps would be potentially fundable for future grants. One of those grants was a TAP grant. We met with both TAP officials and SEMCOG, and this was one that was identified as a very good candidate. It also happens to tie on to the western end of the gap that we just completed the previous year from the Salt River to Sutton Road. And this will go all the way up to the Meldrum Drain site with the potential future to continue north, and head through the middle school. So the grant in front of you is for roughly what SEMCOG was looking at for an appropriate grant amount, something that they, typically rubber stamp and push through. So that's really what we're trying to do, is trying to get 80% match from SEMCOG to pay for these gaps.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
The total grant amount, if I understand it right, $375,000 grant. The township has a match, which amounts to approximately $135,000. How much of the grant goes to Spalding to Decker?
I believe that's is that in the packet as well?
It's not in the packet I have.
I can send you an estimate. We've got a detailed estimate where we break all that down with percentages and all that information.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to postpone for one meeting to see the costs associated with this grant in detail.
We'll support that.
I would ask for just one meeting, Clerk Berry.
I have the costs in my computer. I can go grab them and talk through that now if you'd like.
You don't want to sit through another board?
Personally,
No.
I'd like to see I'd like to see it and look
Okay.
at it and
No.
compare it with other grants.
I-
And it's a primary motion. I mean, it supersedes the motion on the table.
Yeah, the motion on the table right now is to approve item 8H by Clerk Berry and Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry,
So the motion is to postpone the item to the June 14th board meeting?
Yes.
so the motion by Trustee Joseph, supported by Trustee Anderson, to adjourn or postpone this until the June 14th meeting. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Just one notice. The deadline for this to submit this resolution for the TAP grant is in early June. I think it's June 7th. So just talking through the timing of being able to come back to another
Okay.
board agenda will
Clerk
push
Berry,
us
would you call
potentially
the roll
to
on the
October.
postponement?
Mr. Supervisor, before we begin, I have a question. I think that's appropriate on a motion to postpone, right?
Could you repeat that?
I have a question before we vote. I think that's appropriate on a motion to postpone. Thank you.
Correct,
And-
please.
And what I was getting at is the date of that. If this gets postponed, what impact will that have on you being able to get the proper submission?
We're gonna miss the deadline, and it'll push us to an October submittal, which will push us to probably the next fiscal year. I think right now we're looking at a 2024 construction. This would potentially push us to 2025 construction, or potentially beyond. We really don't know what it could do. There's a lot of
Okay.
applications coming in.
And then whatever the fees probably should have been included in here, they weren't. Are they any different than what has been charged or billed in the past for any similar projects?
No, we have a fee schedule.
Mr. Supervisor, point of order. The motion to postpone, the debate on the motion to postpone must be confined to the reason for the date of the postponement. Talking about the body of the motion now, the original agenda item, and it's inappropriate.
There's a motion on the floor to postpone this from Trustee Joseph, supported by Trustee Anderson, to June 14th. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll on the motion to postpone only?
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee DeMuynck.
No.
Trustee Vosberg.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
No.
Supervisor Kersten.
No.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 8H. There is Clerk Berry, do you want to restate your support for the 8H?
Yes, I'll maintain my motion to approve the recommendation by engineering to adopt Resolution 2022-13, which will approve a Transportation Alternatives Program grant application for the Jefferson Avenue pathway from Sutton Road to Lake Point Street.
Treasurer Elliott, you still second
Continued
that?
support, yes.
Any further comments from the board? Seeing no comments from the board, comments from the public.
I'm not against going for a grant to pay for this, but I think you should look at some preliminary plans, a sketch or whatever showing what you're gonna get for this money. You're still putting $100-some thousand in on, and without a map or something to look at, I'm an engineer, I sure as hell don't know where this is going, what side of the street, how far it's going. I don't know where, was it Lake Point, you're saying? Where that's at, where it goes from there. And looking at what we paid for the sidewalk from the river to Sutton, which is a little over 300 feet, cost us about $300,000 the last time I checked on the cost. I think we can do better, and we ended up with something that anybody looks at it, supposed to be a path that prevented people from walking on the shoulder of the road, and it put in a sidewalk that's a foot off the road and a foot below the road, no guardrails between the cars and the people walking. You know, go after the grant, but know what you're going for. It don't take long to put the sketch, at least the sketch together, and show you what you're gonna get. I would hope that something like that would happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back up to the board. Treasurer Elliott.
Karen, are you able to go into the agenda packet and pull that up? So, Mr. Katich, it is in our agenda packet, the map, and it goes from where that other path ended in Sutton, and it shows on the agenda packet. And she's going to try to bring it up. So if you click on to this agenda item, you can see where the path is. And this one's going to have an 8-foot wide trail as well, right? Proposed 8-foot wide trail. That was part of it. This is a part of that bigger trail plan, right? And that's why they're going to consider the TAP grant.
Yeah.
Why you're thinking this is a strong candidate for the TAP grant.
This is a strong candidate for the TAP grant. The SEMCOG is almost guaranteeing they're going to take it on because it's in their long-range plan too, to extend this trail.
Mr. Katich, you can look on the screen.
Any further comments from the board? Mr. Katich, if you could go to the podium if you have a question.
Yeah,
Any
that's going to be connected, right, to the previous one,
The
right?
yellow is the previous one that we
The yellow,
completed, and then the green is the one that we're proposing for this TAP grant.
Yeah, and when I go around, I go traveling or I go to other communities, one of the things that I really appreciate that I see that's out there that I'd love to see more of is where you have the bike path going along the roadside. And those are just the only thing that separates them from the cars, and the bike path is a white line, you know, painted white line on there. So I did have observed that in response to looking at how we have it set up. That's what I wish there was, to be honest with you, on Sugar Bush, I wish there was a path rather than having bikes in the middle of the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Elliott. Any further comments from the board? No further comments from the board. I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 8H. Clerk Berry?
Clerk Berry, aye. Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
No.
Trustee Joseph?
No.
Trustee DeMuynck? Aye. Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten?
Aye. Item 8I.
Item 8I is to approve a recommendation by Public Works to purchase a Michigan Cat High Lift 910 HA3RQ loader from Caterpillar Financial Services Corporation in the amount of $145,919.46.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Trustee Vosberg. Supported by Trustee DeMuynck. Mr. O'Connor.
This is a request to purchase a loader. The current one is 1991, so it's over 30 years old. We received 4 bids. The CAT is the recommended supplier. We actually asked 3 contractors who use loaders on a regular basis, and they all recommended CAT because of the serviceability, the availability of parts, and then the resale value. So we're also recommending a CAT, and it was or is budgeted in the 2022 capital improvement fund for $200,000, I believe, under the water and sewer equipment loader.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Karen, are you trying to catch up? Any comments from the board? Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. The only comment I have on this is I just want to make sure that is something that we're going to utilize. We ordered a TRX lawnmower over a year ago, and at the next board meeting, we shelved it and subcontracted the work out. So I just want to make sure that we're going to utilize this for the township. And then secondly, I guess this is just a formality to have it on the agenda tonight, because when I looked in the agenda packet, it said the unit is already ordered. So I guess this is just a formality to rubber stamp the order. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Trustee DeMuynck, to approve item 8I. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8J.
Item 8J is to approve a recommendation by Public Works to have OHM Advisors provide engineering design and bidding services for the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Project in the amount of $300,000.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Supported by Trustee Vosberg. Mr. O'Connor.
This request is to authorize OHM to design the, we call it the Northeast Sanitary Sewer. It's between 25 and 26 Mile Road, east of I-94 and west of County Line Road. It's an unsewered area. It currently has water main. Their design fee is based on an estimated construction cost of $5 million, so their design fee would be 6%. It would be reconciled after bids were received. And we did receive some information from Mr. Palin based on the, or Director Palin, I'm sorry. The master plan is prepared by Giffords Webster. There's basically 3 different bands of zoning up there. On 26 Mile Road, it is mixed use. The band south of that is a blended density, which I guess is a mix of residential and commercial. And then south of that, between 25 and roughly 25 and a half Mile Road, is residential. And that zoning would generate approximately 3,300 residential equivalent units. And if, you know, when that gets developed, the sewer privilege charge tap fees are approximately $2,000 per unit. The water is also $2,000 per unit. So that would generate, upon development, roughly $6.6 million for the sanitary and $6.6 million for the water main at the current charges. Oh, also, Steve Sicklich with OHM is here to answer any additional questions.
Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
You know, I'm not going to go real deep on this one. Every board meeting is 4 hours. We spend millions at every one. This project is a great project. I have zero doubt in OHM. They do great work. They give us good numbers. They typically stand by the assessments that they do. So, but in approving the expenditure, you're approving the northeast sanitary sewer. This was a deeply contested issue for 4 years. We simply are, Mr. Supervisor, we don't have our DPW director retired. His assistant quit. We're in crisis, and we're going to look at a multi-million-dollar expansion of sanitary sewer to the north part of our district.
Can I interrupt you? What did that statement have to do with running DPW?
How do we take on all of these projects and all of these
We
expenditures?
have a very capable engineer that's sitting in front of you.
Mr. Supervisor, again, I don't want to debate with you.
Yeah, I don't
If you,
either, but the
well, you interrupted
statements
me
are-
and asked me questions,
I
so
apologize
I
for
mean, I'll answer them as best I can. But if at every discussion where we're talking about revenue and new projects, and we're in crisis with no staff, the engineer, at almost every question where I say, why doesn't the engineer put a ruler on the sidewalk and see, he's too busy. He's not doing engineering things. He's competent and capable, but what I'm asking is, how many projects and how much money and how many things are we gonna just buy and spend, and I'm getting off skew. I'll just be a no on this and be quiet. We're in real trouble financially, and there seems to be no slowing down in the growing of government and the projects.
Your assessment is completely wrong.
That's an opinion.
It is opinion as
Opinion?
yours is, and I recognize it.
Okay.
But your assessment and your statement about we're in a disaster at DPW is wrong.
No, listen, that's not what I said. I'm saying that we're spending money.
Your implication.
I guess is that I said that, but that's not.
We are in very capable hands, and Mitch O'Connor's in front of us, and he's doing exactly what he was hired to do.
It's not a personal attack on Mitch O'Connor. It's not a personal attack. It's about how we do it once with no revenue. And he's doing 3 jobs. How many things can we do at once?
Any further comments from the board?
I got one.
Trustee DeMuynck.
If I recall right, and my memory, I think this is about the first time we've come up with the Northeast. There was a lot of talk prior in board meetings and prior terms on the Northwest where there was a lot of dispute, where it was stopped when we were gonna run the force main behind Target, right, Mitch? And then up Gratiot, and then over to the Northwest District to feed 24 and possibly Scallywags. But to my recollection, isn't this the first time this has come up in front of us, sir?
Yeah, this particular
For the
request.
Northeast.
for the
Northwest has
Northeast.
come up prior, but not Northeast. I just want to double check, okay.
Any further comments from the board? Clerk Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. One of the things that, and I'm glad that Trustee DeMuynck brought that up, because when I first took a look at this, when it was presented to us, the 3 full-time elected officials, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, in the agenda review meeting, the discussion was, I remembered that we were told years ago when I first became a member of the board that this particular area was not going to be developable because of various geological and issues, in addition to the fact that there was no, we had infrastructure lacking there and that we weren't going to be able to put it in, so it was kind of thought of as a dead area. And I thought that how unfortunate that was, and it didn't seem right to me at the time, but my repeated request kind of fell on deaf ears about what can we do with this area. So when you brought this to us and we had a conversation about it, one of my comments was, finally we're able to make some investment where we can see a return on that investment in a relatively short period of time in an area of the township that previously I was told was not developable and that this wouldn't be possible. So I agree that we have some revenue concerns coming up here in the future, but Right now, we have the ability to make this investment that's going to show a solid return on that investment in a relatively short period of time. And unless, you know, other communities aren't like us, they can't grow like we can. We have an opportunity to do this and perhaps mitigate some future revenue issues or some future economic concerns. And I think that this particular project is a wise investment that the township is in a comfortable position to make at this time. And I'll be a yes vote. Thank you.
Just some add-ons to that. One of the first things that I was confronted with when I came in here was property owners reaching out and saying they own 26 Mile Road property and they wanted to know when sewer was going to be there. Historically, water was already there, and unfortunately, previous boards didn't think to put sewer along with it. So that was one of the hurdles to the many property owners along 26 Mile Road that we're looking for. The ask was, when are we going to do it? This request it's a permanent investment into Chesterfield Township. It's consistent with the master plan, which was approved by this board and updated. Again, it's being driven by property owners. The intent here is to get to a shovel-ready project that can go. And the other issue that played a key role in this is Ascension Hospital is building on 26 Mile Road a very large facility, and they are putting an on-site sewer treatment plant, which really doesn't fit the narrative of what this community or master plan really wants. So that's what drove this. I'll leave it at that. Am I missing anything, Mitch?
We did, Ascension was requested to initiate a special assessment district, so we did have an estimate and have an informational meeting with all the properties that would have benefited from the sewer. And mostly the people on 26 Mile Road obviously were very much in favor of the sewer, but the majority of the area is farmlands. And they're not opposed to the sewer, but they don't want to pay for it until they use it. So funding it and constructing this way they would pay for it when they use it. So that answers that.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from Treasurer Elliott?
This is the area that is kind of is being known as the medical kind of development area, and I think it's almost got its own name, the medical hub now, or something to that extent. And there's a lot of people that are interested in possibly building and developing in that area because of that. Am I correct?
Yeah, this was identified in the master plan as county line crossings. That concept is coming to fruition. The next planning commission meeting, we're holding a public hearing on the district itself. Very similar to what the board saw a few meetings ago with the mixed use on Jefferson ordinance. This one is for county line crossing. So that will be in front of the board probably within a month or two from the recommendation from the planning commission. But that is correct. It's a mixed use development with medical, office, commercial, retail, residential. So yes.
And that's very exciting. Not everybody understands the issues with the Ascension Hospital. If we don't go and do this, can one of you guys explain why that's problematic?
There is no sewer up there to serve Ascension. They're committed to developing and building, so they have right now designed a on-site treatment plant. So their sewage would be treated on-site and then pumped as a force main along 26 Mile Road to County Line Road. So they would have an on-site treatment plant to handle their sewage, which is not. It would be the first one in the township.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal.
The ideal is to just do it right from the beginning rather than having this, and then eventually we're going to have to do this anyways. Was that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Jules?
Nothing.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. We are on a spendemic marathon tonight in Chesterfield. Mr. Supervisor, you're writing checks your body can't cash. $300,000 to OHM when I've got an engineer to the right of me. My question is, I've heard Ascension wants this. Ascension wants this. Ascension is a private entity, a private business. Have we gotten in contact with the county? Have we asked the county? My understanding is that the county would be responsible for that. If Ascension wants it, why isn't Ascension paying for it? When people start going to Ascension and they start getting medical care, are we going to get a percentage of that? No, we're not. So we don't have this type of money right now to be throwing on that part of 26 Mile Road. So we need to reconsider before we throw this kind of money. And we got to end this pandemic here, spending marathon. I mean, there's no end in sight. I could see why Trustee Joseph gets all flared up.
I have no doubt that somewhere with maybe the next 50 years, that area will be developed. But you're asking for people that are living here now, not anywhere near the area, to pay for this. You haven't said how it's going to be paid for. Normally, something this size, I'm looking at probably what, $15, $20 million? That would be tacked on to your water bill. The people that aren't using it are going to use it. For what end? Now, if you go, even if you bond it out, it's still going to start paying for it now. And you're not assured when or how much is going to be recouped by other people that you're saying are going to build there. It's another one, if you build it, they'll come. And that's not true. Now, you're saying, you know, we can do this, but you haven't told us essentially what happened within the last 4 years within the Sewer and Water Department that I said somewhere along the way there's about $4 to $6 million that should be in the enterprise fund because there was no replacement water lines or sewer lines that was built into the charges to the customers. Nobody said what happened to that money. It was spent someplace, but it wasn't spent on what it was supposed to be spent. And so we know what's coming down the road. Great Lakes Sewer and Water is going to put in an additional charges this year, if they haven't already. We don't know what that's going to cost. We don't know what obligations, you know, have occurred in the past that's going to come up because of the Sewer and Water Department. If you look at our neighbors, Macomb Township, they're building like mad. The sewers are going in the same time as they're building. They're waiting till somebody's actually putting shovels in the ground because they can match the timing, bring the sewers to when the property is being developed so that they're recouping the money right then and there, or getting a part of it anyway, and there's a reason to put it in. You're putting it in and saying, we'll build it, they'll come, but you're costing your residents the money, unless you're gonna personally pay for it. I think the board should look at this. One way or another, this charge, if you do this, is gonna start immediately. It's going to be added to the bills of the people that won't get any results or anything from it. It's doing something from the people that are hopefully going to come there.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Seeing no further comments from the public, I'll bring it back up to the board. Any comments from the board? No comments from the board. Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 8J. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8K.
Item 8K is a discussion on the funding mechanism for the Maurice DeMuynck Anchor Bay Pump Station Phase 1 CIP repairs in the amount of $1,450,000.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to open discussion.
Motion to open discussion by Clerk Berry,
Support.
supported by Treasurer Elliott. Again, this is a reoccurring item that was brought up. We had the presentation at the last meeting. There are several irons in the fire on this one. Again, grant funding we're looking at, we're still waiting. Obviously, that hasn't come to light yet. And then also the potential use of reconstructing the SAD, which we are working on. And Mr. O'Connor, do you want to address that briefly?
Yeah, the project was originally built with grant money in the late 70s. However, the grant didn't cover the design engineering, so there was an assessment district created that paid for the engineering. And we have meeting minutes from that hearing. It's from 1977. So there was a district created for the benefiting properties, but they didn't pay for the full entire cost of the project. It was like 90% grant funded. So there is a special assessment district that was created to pay for the engineering. And the district of the benefiting properties is being established by assessing, so we kind of know what that would be.
Okay.
Did you mention the grant, the $5 million grant?
Yeah, that's.
Okay, Steve Siklich could speak
Steve,
to
I'll
that.
let you speak to it. I just meant.
Yeah, there was actually 2 grant applications submitted for congressional spending. Both were for the full amount. You know, we typically don't know what you'll get back on those requests. It's whatever those leaders decide they want to put into the community at that time. But there were 2 requests made with 2 different congressional spending packages, both requesting $5 million, with the 1.45 as an immediate need. It can be anywhere from months to a year. I think they're for 20, I think the one was for 23 funds and one was for 22 funds, if I remember correctly.
I apologize. I got distracted.
I asked them when we would hear about it.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you missed that answer, but I think the one was for 2022 funds, and then the other one, I believe, was the remaining balance of the 5 million, so $3.5 million was for 23 funds.
Okay. Again, this, if you recall from the last presentation, this is a 4-pump system, 2 diesel, 2 electric. They have removed one of the electric pumps to date. It is not salvageable to put back in. We are currently functioning with 3 of the pumps. And the project, phase 1, for lack of a better term, would be to replace that initial pump that has been removed.
That's correct, Mr. Supervisor. It would be to replace one brand-new electric pump and also to give you a brand-new diesel engine on one of the other pumps.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the board?
Plus, we also got to clean out that wet well that's got a lot of mud or debris in there, right? Wasn't that the other thing? It was several feet deep down in there? Yep, that's a big issue. Also, relocate the radiators to the roof out of the wet well and replace the fuel lines and diesel tank. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public? No further comments from the public. I'll bring it back up to the board.
This is not an action item, Mr. Supervisor, just for clarity, so discussion.
I'm just making, was just checking with the clerk to see if we had to take an action item. There's no one. With that being said, we can move on to item 8L. Clerk Berry.
Item 8L is a recommendation to adopt Resolution Number 2022-14, Notice of Intent Resolution in the amount of $13,750,000 to pay all or part of the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Extension Project and the improvements to the Maurice DeMuynck Pump Station, or adopt Resolution Number 2022-14A in the amount of $8,750,000, which is only to finance the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Extension Project.
My request on this item is going to be to adopt the larger amount of $13,750 for the Northeast Sanitary Sewer, and also include the Maurice DeMuynck Pump Station. I'm sorry. So I'd like to separate these if we can, as separate items, if the clerk is okay with that. A discussion on the first piece. However we want to have the debate on it.
I would recommend a motion be made one way or the other, and then have the board have discussion and action on that item, and then if there's a subsequent motion for something else, the board would then take a vote on that.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the Resolution Notice 2214. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve that resolution and action on item 8L.
Support.
Supported by Clerk Barry. Discussion from the board. Trustee Joseph.
I appreciated your motion or your concept of splitting these, because these are two very complicated issues with dramatically different things and components, but $13,750,000 to pay all or part of the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Extension Project. What does that mean, all or part? Is that the max amount, or is the intention to put 13.75? Like, what are you asking there when you say all or part?
So with that, again, meeting with bond counsel and trying to address this and make it transparent for everyone, I would invite Mr. Pat McGow to the podium and let him speak. Again, it was more specific to how the bond language should look. Mr. McGow, if you would.
Thank you. My microphone on here? Okay, good evening. My name is Pat McGow. I'm a bond attorney with Miller Canfield. I've worked with the township on many of your other prior bond issues. I'm just going to back up a second, and then I'll get to the question about the dollar amount, if I may. It has been a number of years since the township has issued bonds for public improvement projects. And what this resolution is before you is really the first action item in a series of action items that would be required if the township decided to issue bonds to finance a public improvement project like the sewer project. This is a notice of intent resolution to authorize the clerk to publish a notice in the newspaper that says the township intends to issue bonds for a project. The requirements of that notice are it has to state the maximum amount of bonds that would be issued to finance the project and describe the project, and then indicate to the taxpayers that the bonds can legally be issued without a vote of the people unless a referendum petition is filed within 45 days by 10% of the registered voters. So this is what we refer to as sort of the preliminary step before you issue bonds. It's the first action item that sets the maximum amount. It's usually done at a time before you actually have the construction bids or final design, but it allows that procedural step to occur so that the engineering, the bidding of the project can occur, and then at a later date, a resolution would be brought back to the board to decide whether to actually issue bonds at all, what the dollar amount of that would be. So to answer your specific question, the $13,750,000 is a number that is intended to be the maximum amount of bonds that could be issued for the projects that are described in the resolution. So there have been a couple different numbers that have been floating around for what the cost estimates would be for the sewer project, and let's just talk about that one first. I know there was an engineering contract approved earlier that had a $5 million figure. I've seen other figures that are around 7 million. What the finance team, which would be me as bond counsel and the township's financial advisor, recommended is to use a number which is significantly larger than the current engineering estimate. With COVID, labor shortages, material supplies, we've seen a number of projects come in substantially over engineer estimates. 20% is kind of the norm these days. So that $8,750,000 is for the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Project, which was really kind of a preliminary $7.2 million estimate bumped up with a 20% buffer. I would add that that does not obligate the township to borrow that much money or even to proceed with the project. I know you have been discussing grants, and that's why the language about all or part of the project means that you may end up using other funds. You may get grant funds to pay for part of it, or it may need to be all bonded. You may have other funds available for it. So really, this is intended at this time to provide flexibility to the township to potentially proceed with a bond issue and get this first step out of the way that would indicate a preliminary intent to issue bonds, identify the project and what the maximum amount of debt is, and then it would have to come back to the board after bids to actually authorize the bonds for that amount. So there are really two different components here, and the reason for that is we had been really intending to only come in with a notice of intent for the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Project. I understand that the pump station project kind of came up a little bit later. There was discussion at the last meeting with some immediate needs, but also potentially longer needs for a project that could be up to $5 million. So that's what was also added in as a different option here. Instead of doing this at two different times and publishing two different notices, if you wanted to combine the two projects together and proceed with a single notice at this time, that's why we have the $8,750,000, which is a not to exceed for the sewer project, and then the potentially $5 million for the pump station. Again, both of these are really the first step of a multi-step process to actually issue bonds. So that's why you've got two different resolutions here with the different numbers.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. McGowan, you are well known in your craft when it comes to bond attorneys, and I see why. That was just a very thorough answer, and I appreciate it. You answered every question I have, and thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Questions from the board? Trustee Mossberg?
Thank you. You did answer most of the questions I had too. And adding the second one, does it matter? We put it all together in one notice, or would it be two separate notices, or doesn't that part really matter?
So the way this was written was that it would be all in one notice.
Okay.
And that would basically, looking at the timelines, and again, this is going a little bit further down the road, but we would wait until you have construction bids and know what you need to borrow. The timeline for the Northeast Sanitary Sewer, according to the engineering specs that you approved earlier this evening, talks about having bids at the end of the year, beginning of next year. So the idea would be that bonds would be issued when the projects are ready to proceed and you have the construction costs known. So that would potentially, if they proceed on that timeline, wouldn't be until next year. So this is really designed to get this first step out of the way for both projects. The bond issues could actually be split into two different ones. So if, for example, the Northeast Sewer went ahead faster than the pump station, we could do a bond issue for the sewer when that was ready and the pump station later, or we could do them at the same time to get some economies of scale. So really the timing of that is really going to depend on the timetable of the two projects and what you ultimately decide to do, but this gives us the flexibility to put it into a single notice.
All right, thank you. And then I guess to our supervisor, is the sewer would be eventually, would that eventually be covered, the cost of that, by those tapping into the sewer?
Correct. That is the plan.
Okay, and some might be right away because there's one, we already have one organization that would like to get in right away, the rest as the property's developed?
Yes, and to speak to that, as was mentioned earlier, We are in discussions with Ascension. That has been ongoing from the day they came into the township. And the issue we have there is their schedule is far beyond ours. So we're trying to work with them, but we're also trying to accomplish it. And again, that piece kind of, it didn't set the tone for this, but it kind of was the driving factor for that. So we're in discussions with them. They've come to the table every time. They're willing. We've got to get this project kicked off if the board approves it, and try and accommodate not just them, but almost monthly I'm getting calls from developers.
Sure.
That are interested in parcels up there. So
it makes it easy, in a sense, to be proactive, because part of it is reacting to something that's already being done. The rest is just being proactive for the rest, and knowing that we will be able to recover the cost of this seems to make it very easy to agree with. So thank you.
again, just a follow-up comment on it. I think once the hospital sees that we're serious about this, that will advance some discussions there. Clerk Berry?
Just a question for bond counsel. What additional benefits, other than the flexibility factor, which I think is probably warranted enough, but what other benefits are there to the township to putting these multiple projects together and doing this once as opposed to doing it in multiple postings? Is there a cost savings there as well? Is it an efficiency? Are there additional efficiencies that can be realized in streamlining of a process? Or what additional benefits are there for the board to choose to go this route as opposed to doing this piecemeal?
It's, I think, a cost efficiency thing, that the notice has to be a quarter-page ad. If you're looking at both of these options on the same timeline, it makes sense to just do it at one time. It's one cost of publication. And I'm just really speaking to the notice aspect. There's also efficiencies in doing the bonds at the same time, because many of the issuance costs are fixed, and so combining multiple projects into a single bond issue has efficiencies in scale when it comes to the bond issuance. But as for the notice of intent, it's really the publication cost.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. McGowan, I just kind of wonder here. I know you're doing the heavy lifting here on this. I just wonder, and I know you can't give a concrete answer, but I wonder what would this be, like a 20-year? What would be the length?
Yeah. So in terms of the bond structure, there are different ways to do this, and usually for sewer projects, 20 years is kind of the standard term for municipal bonds for buildings or sewer, and so a 20-year bond is what was modeled from a debt service standpoint. The way this would be sold would be, again, when we get to the point that we know what's being borrowed, the recommendation from the financial advisor is to do a competitive sale, and then we would take bids on that day and award to the lowest bidder. So we don't know what the actual interest rate will be until we get to that point, so the actual debt service is not known, although they've run different models and assumptions based on a 20-year bond issue, because that's the standard for a sewer project like this.
Okay, second part of my question too. I know you can't give a concrete. You just explain why, but ballpark figure. What would a $5 million bond that's in place right now for 20 years, for example, what would the yearly pay down on that be? Ballpark figure right now.
I think the schedule, so the 20-year schedule, and the assumed interest rate that they ran it at was 4.5%. Now, currently in the market today, with the township's credit rating, which is in the AA category, which is an excellent credit rating, the interest rate on bonds we've been selling in the last couple weeks has been under 4%, 3.75-ish. They ran this at a 4.5% because, as you probably know, we're in an increase in interest rate climate, and I think people expect to see more interest rate increases in the future. So the current rate was bumped up by about 0.75%. So $5 million for 20 years at 4.5% ends up being about $380,000 a year in debt service.
Thank you.
And I think there were schedules in the packet that had a couple different scenarios, both the $5 million as well as the other two numbers that were included in the notice of intent amounts.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
I guess my question goes back to the first question I had, is doing it now, getting the financing now, the burden's gonna fall on the current customers, not the customers that you're hoping will come in down the road. So basically, if we're looking at, what is it, 13 or 14 million? He's good, he's about one. Okay, what will the annual cost to the customers be, or current customers, sewer and water customers, for a 13 or 14 or 15 million dollar bond starting now? What's it going to be? Pardon me?
I'll answer that later.
He can answer it right now, probably.
Do you have any other question?
No, I'm just basically telling you, you're trying to finance something on the back of these people that are your customers right now that aren't going to get any benefit from them, and there's no reason you have to until you're ready to put that sewer out there and you've got customers ready to go in out there. There's no reason to do this right now. You know, when you get enough customers out there, it shows. Dan tried doing this when he first took office 5 years ago. He wanted to come across from the south end, what did we call it then, the northwest corner. He wanted $5 million to do it. Problem was, he wanted to do it the same way you're doing it now. He wanted people now to pay for it with no regard or any purpose to do it other than to hope somebody will come in and start developing in that corner. Nobody ever came in to satisfy that. Thank God we didn't do it then. And you're going to have the same thing now if you go through with this. And I don't think the people of this township should have to pay for something that they're going to not get any benefit from. It's only going to be added money to their water and sewer bill, which is going to go up anyway.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
John Spica, I agree with Mr. Katich. I think this should be postponed, and I think it should be postponed till after the election. So we've got an appointed supervisor, acting supervisor right now, and this should not be on the agenda until the people vote and decide who they want in place of a supervisor. This is a lot of money. This is a huge commitment. And the residents should have a voice in this. So 4 people shouldn't be able to put somebody in a spot, and the rest of the residents shouldn't have a say. So this should be held off till after the November election of this year. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Mr. McCall, was there anything you wanted to answer there? Respond to directly? I'll give you the opportunity if you choose.
I would say that in response to the question about the cost, I don't have a calculation. I know the township has done various rate studies and looked at sewer rates, and that is, something that will obviously come into play. One of the things, the way this bond is structured is it's a capital improvement bond of the township, which gives the township flexibility to get the revenues to pay it back from a variety of sources. So, for example, it could be connection charges from new customers, revenues from existing customers. And one of the arguments for bonding for water and sewer projects is that because the cost of that project is paid for over the next 20 years, it ends up being paid for not just by the people that live here now, but the people that will become users of the system, including in that area. So that's sort of one of the theories on why communities bond for infrastructure projects like that, is that it ultimately gets paid for by the people who end up using the system, and then as you get in new customers, it adds to the revenue base of the system at large. So it's expected that this sewer piece would be paid for from user charges, the enterprise fund of the sewer system.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, I'm not sure which attorney, but the issue I have, and the reason I would like the idea of it being separated, the enterprise fund is typically what's thought of when you talk, water and sewer. Clearly, the enhancement to the north, in this case, this would be the northeast sewer enhancement, clearly is an enterprise fund expenditure. Problem is the bond is inclusive of the pump station, which has nothing to do with the enterprise fund except that it's water. But it's a different type of water. It's rainwater and groundwater that accumulates and keeps out of the residents in that area's home. That pump station does not benefit anybody on the does not benefit anybody on the north end of the township, and I don't know how enterprise fund money could be used to pay for a non-enterprise fund project. So how does this fall into the capital improvement outline that allows, the capital improvement sort of umbrella that allows it to come from different sources? And is it accurate to say that this could not come from the enterprise fund, at least a portion for the pump station?
Yeah, so let me just separate that question into two different parts here, just to clarify. I was speaking about the user charges related to the Northeast sanitary sewer system, not the pump station. I know that the agenda item you had before was talking about how that pump station was going to be funded. A discussion may come later about special assessments. Maybe it ends up being grant funded or some other source. So the resolution here before you tonight in the notice does not say what the source of funding is to pay back the bonds. One of the things about the capital improvement bond structure is, as you just commented, is that it's flexible in the sense that because the bond is secured by the township's full faith and credit. So in essence, the township is saying, we're going to pay the debt service from whatever funding sources we have available. That could be user charges for the sanitary portion, that could be special assessment charges for the stormwater piece, it could be taxes, it could be other things. So the resolution before you tonight does not specify how that debt service is going to be paid back. That's something that the township would make those decisions as you get closer to authorizing the bonds, see what those available revenue sources are. The resolution, and the reason, one of the reasons we recommended a capital improvement bond is it does give you the flexibility to pay the debt service from a variety of sources, not just one. So you may have, for example, we have many communities that may do a road project and a water project in the same bond issue. The road project's going to be paid from road funds, the water project's paid from the enterprise fund. But together we do it as a capital improvement bond because that gives you a lower cost of financing by being able to use the township's full faith and credit. So you will later decide and budget how the money for those different projects is paid for, but the bond itself is combined into a single bond issue that is a general obligation of the township, even though you may not be intending to use general fund monies, but you're essentially pledging that the township's going to come up with the revenues from available sources.
And just to piggyback on, there's already been preliminary discussions internally as to exactly what your comment and question is how do we manage that and make sure that they're separate? Again, just preliminary, just in preparation of.
Whoever it is that you discussed that with, did it also include general fund for the pump station portion?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a function of accounting. They have software, the BSNA software, they have something that they have a module that kind of keeps it all separate. So we do this, we make a payment, and so accounting just says, oh, this is coming from this section and this is coming from that section. And I think that pretty much answers that.
No, my question wasn't the mechanism. I'm cool with that.
Right.
I was just wondering, when you have the ability to take it from different funds, what if you don't have the capacity? So, like, I'm confident that we can separate, we could take it from here, we can take it from here, but if you don't have any more money in the general fund, what do you think we'll do?
Any further comments from the board? Mr. McGowan, please.
I just have one clarifying comment, and I looked at this, I realized I want to make just a slight correction to the resolution for the 13,750. As we've been talking about this, and I know that I like when I describe the project to be generic in nature. So I did not specifically in the notice of intent resolution identify the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Project or the DeMuynck pump station improvements. I talked about them generically so that you have a little flexibility with spending the bond money after the issuance. I should have added, though, that right now the description for the notice of intent resolution for the 13,750 just talks about sanitary sewer improvements, and I meant to add in stormwater pump station improvements because we are, as you said, talking about the sanitary and the stormwater. So I would just suggest, Mr. Supervisor, a clarification in two places in that resolution. If the board approves the larger one, would be to add in the first whereas paragraph, and then in the form of the notice, the words "and stormwater pump station improvements," so that it is clear that it's the sanitary pump station, sanitary project, and then the stormwater pump station. I can, if approved, I can share with the clerk specifically where I'm referencing. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Nope. Any further comments from the board? So on the initial, separated item 8L, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve resolution number 22-14. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
With that being said, just for clarity, we don't need to take action on the second resolution that's posted, correct? So, you gotta go to public hearing? Or? Item 9 is public hearing. There are no public hearings. Item 10, there are no addendums. Item 11, public comments. There's a 5-minute time limit. Mr. McGowan, thank you very much. I appreciate it. There's a 5-minute time limit. If you would state your name, the timer will start when you begin to speak.
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. As a resident, homeowner, Chesterfield taxpayer, and a candidate running for supervisor, I am highly disappointed in what I've seen out of this township board tonight. I mean, I don't know how, besides two individuals on here, how anybody, when they run a campaign, can say that they are fiscally conservative. That is not what I've seen tonight. I'm going to take a couple quotes from Paul LaFata. He's not here tonight, so at the 524 Township Board Meeting, which was a spandemic record breaker tonight, we added $127,539. That's not all of it to the cost of the lease. There's other expenses that weren't added in that are close to, it brings that 127 figure close to 175. But we're going to go at 127 for now. $25,000 county road match, $135,000 pathway match, a new loader at $145,919, and OHM at $300,000. If you did a bond debt with interest at, say, $21,216,888 over a 20-year period, that's $1,060,844 per year that we'd have to repay. Now you take the added upcoming burden of increased water and sewer rates for personal political reasons. I agree with Mr. LaFata. They're not going to be raised until after the primary. So that's a given. Facts do not cease to exist because they are ignored, and they are ignored by this board. What and where are the revenue sources is the growth. If the revenue to pay for increased operation and bond debt has not been totally vetted and proven feasible prior to the board's approval, Chesterfield managers and elected officials have failed the residents and should be considered poor at best. Poor was a gift that Mr. LaFata put in here to you guys. You guys are beyond poor. The financial burden and data on the township website, past, current, and future, are reporting financial deficits and shrinking fund balances. Where are the revenue sources? You guys are great at spending money, but nobody can tell me where we're going to get that money. That's unacceptable. The revenue to repay the debt and growing government will become a burden, responsibility of the Chesterfield residents of Chesterfield Township who are currently experiencing their own financial concerns with an economic downturn and skyrocketing inflation, matching the Great Depression of 1932. Mr. LaFata says the jury's been out since July of 21 whether Chesterfield has a capable manager. I'm going to disagree with him. The jury's in on this. We don't. Leaders make their own decisions without taking outside direction. So this township is in debt. We've got a shrinking fund balance, and at every meeting, instead of trying to reduce costs and try to generate revenue, we're going the opposite direction. Clerk Barry, at the last township meeting, I was always told that people that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, and my God, do you ever live in a glass house? And the comment that you made about our Secretary of State, listen, our Secretary of State shows up for work, she does her job. We're lucky to get 2 hours a month out of you, 2 hours a month, and we're paying you over $9,000 a month. If all the residents knew that you didn't show up for work, I guarantee you wouldn't be sitting in that seat right now. But you are so well at hiding it. You can hide it, I'm going to expose it. So, and you know I'm telling the truth. If I'm not, go ahead, deny it. You've never denied it. So you go to, if anybody ever came in, their go-to when they look for you is you're in a meeting. You're in a meeting every day. So I don't believe that for a second. But you do return phone calls after 3 o'clock. So my opinion that I would say with absolute confidence, you are the worst clerk Chesterfield has ever had, and you're a hot mess. Your work ethics don't meet any type of standards. And if you went in the private sector, you wouldn't make it a day in the private sector. So another thing is we always talk about elections. Let the residents know on August 2nd, 22, we have a primary for supervisor, and on November 8th.
Thank you very much.
We have
Further comments from the public?
Elizabeth Madsen, Chesterfield Township Library Director, 50560 Patricia Avenue. I did want to confirm that beginning on June 1st, the library will be open beginning at 9:30 a.m., Monday through Saturday. The hours will be Monday through Thursday from 9:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Saturday 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. for a total of 56 hours per week. I also wanted to correct the record. The content of the letter under consideration by the Library Board of Trustees this past week was not at all related to a dismissive, the director or the library board not being consulted. Rather, the letter expressed concern about the proximity of the only identified site for a cannabis dispensary and license, the former DPW site that is 325 feet from the public library, that serves 45,000 residents, of all ages and a large homeschool community. The library has been located at 50560 Patricia Avenue for 17 years. And our intent is to continue to have further conversations about this issue with township leadership as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments from the public?
I'd just like to say one thing, that the last two meetings, one of which was over the cannabis committee, or basically where they should be located and how it should be handled. You people up here didn't want to do anything about it, decided we'll let the voters handle it. It'll come up on a vote sometime. I imagine those people that were here looking for the cannabis indications where they could put their places, they're going to get it onto a vote. But here, where you're talking about millions of dollars that we don't have, and they're going to get charged back to the people of this township for water and sewer that we won't be using and probably won't get any payback, whatever you say, you're willing to stand up and spend the money without any regard to whether people want to pay for it, can pay for it, or should pay for it. If there's an opportunity to put it back to the people to vote on, explain the project to them, that would have been the time. You couldn't take the opportunity to do it when you tried to decide how the cannabis areas are going to be designated in this township, but you sure as hell stood up and said how you're going to spend our money. We deserve better.
Further comments from the public?
Mike Martin, 50393 Bauer. Something I've noticed for a while, and I kind of figured this would be a good time to talk about it, was in the hallways here on the township building, if you just pay attention and look, constantly moving back and forth through it, but if you just look on the sides of the walls, there are a series of plaques. And if you actually pay attention to them, they're all for different things: organizations, citizen stuff, community involvement, department, like employee situations. You usually look at it. All of them end, or most of them end, around the time of the Great Recession. It's as if we haven't really been a community since 2008, 2009 timeframe. And I'm not just saying that in just that's the only reflection, but you can actually feel it in the broader sense of the community. And I bring all that up tonight because, with the discussion what we had with Sugar Bush Elementary is that I feel like maybe that could be kind of a turning point in all of this. We definitely saw a huge hit because of the way that the pandemic had forced a lot of people into isolation and preventing of community involvement across the board. But if we don't choose to come together in a communitarian aspect, we will continuously divide ourselves through partisanship, through just antagonistic methods. And dare I say, it's because of isolation and division and eventual dislike of each other from non-community involvement that you end up with an unfortunate situation of like what happened in Texas today. You end up with a society that is foaming at the mouth, and we're 100% about to enter into an actual recession. And we're dealing with massive problems, not just even nationally, but globally, the amount of instability is incomprehensible when you take all the factors into consideration. And now is that point in time with what, you know, we read about during the time frame of like the Depression and World War II, where that is when communities became their strongest, when they realized they all needed each other to help each other, to deal with the fact that everyone is an individual working together in a collective and needs each other to empower each other in order to just survive. And this is kind of that turning point where we need to start focusing on, are we actually going to be a community, or are we just going to consistently strive to lord ourselves over a pile of rubble? We can't keep kicking cans down the road anymore. We have to examine our priorities and focus our attention. Yes, there's going to be divisions. There's going to be disagreements. That is part of politics and part of a society altogether. But if we don't actually put all the cards on the table and stop with our own egos and just focus on the actual goals, then all of it's just going to come apart anyway. Might as well just pray for an asteroid to hit the Earth at that point. Sorry to end so pessimistically on that, but you know, prayers go out to families in Texas, and wish everyone a good night, and also remembrance for Memorial Day coming up next week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more public comments? Seeing no comments from the public, we'll bring it back up to the board. Treasurer Elliott?
Can I make a motion to move the closed session before the board comment so that we can make sure and get the township business done?
Support.
A motion by Treasurer Elliott,
She wants to move board comment at the end.
supported by Trustee Vosberg, to place the put the closed session next as 12.
Just discussion on that, Mr. Supervisor.
Please.
I know it's been late. There are people here. There's some that ask questions. I don't know if they can stick around or want to stick around. I'd like to just finish public comments and go into closed session. I'm not sure what the change is now, but you know, there were specific questions asked, and you know, I'd like to just wrap up that portion of the meeting. But my 2 cents.
So I made a motion. Do we vote on that?
I have a motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to move the closed session to item 12. Clerk Berry.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph. No. Trustee DeMuynck.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
With that being said, I will take a motion to go into enter closed session.
Yeah.
Clerk Berry, would you read the reason for the closed session?
Item now 12A, closed session to consult with township attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with KMP Realty LLC, 401K et al. Versus Charter Township of Chesterfield, Macomb County Circuit Court, docket number 2022-000-374-AW, pursuant to Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act. Motion to enter closed session.
Kersten? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, roll call vote. Clerk Berry?
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Kersten? Aye. Trustee Anderson? Aye. Trustee Joseph? Aye. Trustee DeMuynck? Aye. Trustee Vosberg? Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Enter closed session at 10:50.
We'll enter into closed session at 10:50. Do I have a motion to re-enter open session?
Motion to re-enter open session.
Clerk Berry, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Trustee DeMuynck. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 13A, Clerk Berry, would you read the motion?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to direct the attorney and supervisor to execute the consent judgment as discussed in closed session.
We have a motion to approve item 13 as stated.
Motion to approve.
Direct the attorney.
Motion, Treasurer Elliott. Support, Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Point of clarity, like, I understand the motion because I was in closed session, but like, I don't know that the motion has been clearly stated in open session. So could the clerk read the motion that is being proposed so that the public understands what it is that we're doing?
The motion on the floor is to direct the township attorney and township supervisor to execute the consent judgment as discussed in closed session.
Thank you.
And a motion made by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll? I'm sorry.
I made the motion. It was supported by Treasurer Elliott.
I am sorry. Yep. Motion made by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Clerk Berry, aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMuynck. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item,
Supervisor Kersten, I make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
We offer no public comments.
We did public comments, board comments.
We have no board comments? So this was really just an attempt to thwart the people's, again?
I have a motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to adjourn. Clerk Berry.
You want a roll call on that?
Roll call?
Did you want that?
Yes.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Nope.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMuynck.
Wow. Wow.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Wow.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Wow. Yeah.
Meeting's adjourned at 10:59.
Good luck, Brad.